meets mountain blood by hand. Twanging lead, howling through the wind. Fiddles cry, metal hearts can't bend. Scrapping sparks rain across the ground. We send the giants back down. Iron giants thought we were weak. We rise strong with the fire they seek. From the mines to the fields, we take our stand. Steel meets mountain blood by hand. the gold heart yet alone. Against the dark he fights. Jolly Roger overhead, compass made of ancient lore. He seeks treasure never dead, truth hidden in the core. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. Sea and sky, this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold. Sirens sing their haunting song, galaxies in waves unfold. Deep in caverns dark and long, jewels and secrets hold. Maps drawn in celestial lake lead to worlds unknown and wild. In his chest a portal links dreams and stars of a child. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so iron dome, eyes like fire in the endless foam. Cold hands pull at the tethered cord. Demons scream, can't be ignored. Stars burn dim in the endless void. Every light flickers, gets destroyed. Gravity's grip, it starts to betray. All that's left is fight or decay. Demons in the void, they rise. Open your mind, don't deny. Only chance is to unite. Together we hold back the night. Sharp teeth, gnash in a shadowed grin. Feel the war rage beneath your skin. Voices clash in the cold steel hull. We can't win, torn hearts too dull. Hear them calling, tearing through. It's me, it's you, it's all we knew. Walls are breaking, borders fade. We unite our one might. Lines blur, we merge, can't fight alone. Space is a tomb if we stand on our own. Let go of fear, pull them near, hear the tone. A collective roar shakes the unknown. Sharp teeth, gnash in a shadowed grin. Feel the war rage beneath your skin. Voices clash in the cold steel hull. We can't win, torn hearts to dull. Hear them calling, tearing through. It's me, it's you, it's all we knew. Walls are breaking, borders fade. We unite or we're unmade. Yeah, well, we're unmade. Lines blur, we merge, can't fight alone. Space is a tomb if we stand on our own. Let Jesus fell from his throne of sin. Years drifted by as his wrath grew thin. The gods they watched from their skies so high. Justice whispered, make the tyrant comply. Now he's a blade in the hands of light, forged from his soul, scorched by his plight. No more a king, no more his decree. He serves those bound by mercy's plea. His crimes etched deep across the steel, each sharpened edge, the pain he'd concealed. The conqueror bound to an eternal fight, striking for those who've tasted the night. Now he's a blade in the hands of light, forged from his soul, scorched by his plight. No more a king, no more his decree. He serves those bound by mercy's plea. The gods gave torment where pride had stood, a weapon of justice, a tool for the good. The aged emperor knows his fate so grim, every swing his past condemning him. Now he's a blade in the hands of light, forged from his soul, scorched by his plight. No more a king, no more his decree. He serves those bound by mercy's plea.
Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. That's right, boys. We have returned. Oh, yes. It is chilly in this motherfucker. So we are going to get right up in here. We had a lot of bullshit happen right as my bedtime hit yesterday. Now, I want you to know this. I was building something for my daughter when Elon Musk dropped his fucking brain out of his ass, and put it in a trash can. And it was great. It was awesome. Had a great time. Got a video of her reacting. I had to go to sleep. She was over at her biological father's. But anyway, my dudes, my bros, my homies, how are you this morning? Wolf, Longwood, greetings and salutations, my friends. Good to see you. So how was Dune? It's good so far. I'm about 3 hours in and it feels like Dune should be. You mean unmistakably oppressive and you feel completely and utterly worthless compared to the size of the universe and the empire within? I'm sure you're already addicted to spice too, right? All right. I don't know, man. I've always, out of any other sci-fi universe, Dune is one of those ones where it always felt, I know a little bit of lore, because just like with a lot of other sci-fi things, I watch a lot of videos about lore. But I haven't read Dune, and I've only watched the old school movie with Patrick Stewart in it. So, but it always seemed weird to me that you could have an entire interstellar empire run off of the production of one planet. Not only that, but for thousands upon thousands of years that this is the case. It always seemed weird to me. Pretty much, and not yet. All right, boys. So, as without further ado, if you would please, my dudes, join together with me in the most amazing thing in human civilization for this most auspicious occasion. That's right. We are officially celebrating June as Humility Month. That is correct. As Gandalf would wisely say. Anyway, so my dudes, my bros, my homies, if you would, please grab your cup, your mug, your glass. Perhaps you have a Taker, chalice, or a stein. Maybe a canteen, jug, or flask. A vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like. That's right. It's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently Tango made. Join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauce that is the simultaneous sip. Brothers of the waffle, citizens of the Tango Hotel. Happening right freaking now. Go! That's the good stuff, boys. That's good stuff. You know what? I'm going to do it again. Pow! Get some. Oh, my goodness. Oh. So if you're wondering why over the past couple days I've been wearing long sleeves or stuff like this, it's because it's getting warm outside. And so what that means is because it's warm outside, that means my wife needs to be chilled. She needs to have the AC on. So if it's warm outside, that means it's going to be fucking under 70 in my office. So that's what we're doing here. Anyway, hence why I'm so goddamn salty. Okay, let's jump right into it. First things first, I want to mac on some memes. Specifically this one. It's like, because like here's the thing. When I was younger, I understood that one of the reasons that like pride existed the way it did, as in celebrating and being proud of who you are, is because of the denigration of the humanity of individuals within the legitimate Aqua community by religious extremists in the United States of America, specifically. Christian extremists who were so vitriolic and hateful toward gays, lesbians, and bisexuals that they literally created their own goddamn flag and their own goddamn movement to join together in solidarity against such a thing. Now, do those people still exist? Yes. Do they have any cultural power? Almost none. And the thing that worries me about what's happening right now with all the LGBT stuff is that it's going to go backwards. We're actually going to get a pendulum swing when it comes to all the LGBT stuff. And it really bothers me. Because does it need to go back a little bit with all the fucking trans shit? Yes. Does it need to go back with all the fucking like fetish shit at Pride? Absolutely. All that shit needs to go away. Drag performances for children, stripping for children, all that shit needs to go away. Like, poof. It all needs to disappear. But and I actually think the idea of Pride, the way it's framed, because it was necessary in the time, but it's no longer necessary today. Like I said, those people still do exist, but the vast majority of the humanity that exists within the United States of America supports you doing whatever the fuck you want, so long as you don't bother me with it. Basically. So most of the people that I interact with, that I know, the vast majority of people that I see, nobody would support laws that would ban homosexuality or ban homosexual acts or ban homosexual marriage or any of this other stuff. The marriage thing, I don't know where that's gonna go. I meme about how they're fucking speed running, rolling it back, but we'll see about that. I don't necessarily think that's gonna be the case, but it really feels like some of these assholes have gotten they gotten so high on winning the culture war in the early aughts that they still haven't realized that they've pushed too far. And I really do think that we need to reanalyze the whole pride nonsense. Because the thing about it is that there is a reason that pride is a sin in more than Christian dogma. And I think that's what's happened to the pride movement, is that they've allowed essentially pride and debauchery to fill the void of meaning that has fluttered away since the fact that technically the pride movement won the culture war in the aughts and in the teens, especially in the teens with the passing of gay marriage and the vast acceptance of homosexuals and their life and their basically almost normal lifestyles for the vast majority of them, with the exception of the fact that they bed people that are the same sex as them. Yeah, like why Assassin's Creed is going bad. Yeah, like, and not only that, I really do think that pushing all the homosexual shit in media is going to turn people against it. Because I am a bisexual man. I enjoy those things. That does not mean that I enjoy them in all of my entertainment. I do not like seeing dudes kiss. I just never have. It's not a thing I like. I don't like doing it myself. In fact, I almost never do it. Yuck. But that doesn't mean it can't exist in media. But like when every mainstream show or big thing that I come to is literally about some fucking gay dude kissing another gay dude, I'm just like, why does this need to be here? Like, you could have just taken out all of Love Story and just had a bunch of people fighting and killing, and I'd have been cool with that. But no, they have to put the gay in for some reason, and I don't really understand it, especially considering, statistically speaking, in any given story, like maybe one person might be a homosexual, right? You know what I'm saying? Unless you literally hang around nothing but gay people, the vast majority of the people you meet are going to be heterosexual. Because that's just how statistics work. And so if you have any type of story and you have multiple gay characters or with, like, you know, weird homosexual lifestyles, you're absolutely going to be distancing yourselves from the vast majority of the main population. And most people will just turn it off. That's what ends up happening, right? I can, like I said, when I was watching, what was it? Was it Sandman? Is that what it was called? That TV show? Oh my God, dude. Like, it was so gay, but it was so good. It was so good. But like every time you turn around, there's some homosexual relationship shit going down. And it's just like, statistically, this is absolutely impossible. And it takes me out of the show every single time. But the show was so fucking good, I didn't care. But I know that there are a lot of people who probably after like the third or fourth time would just be like, all right, I just don't want it. One place party. Yeah. And it's one of those things where it's like, I really think that pride needs to go away in its current form, and it needs to be redone. Because, like I said, there's a reason pride is a sin. And there's a reason I'm like talking about all this. It's because I'm trying to work it out in my head. Because it really is one of these things where it's like, they've become so proud of themselves that they cannot see what they're doing. Like, how many of these dudes, how many of these people, you remember they released an entire video, a choir of all gay men saying, yes, we're coming for your children. Pride cometh before the fall, hey? And it's just like, and we watched on stream a couple weeks ago, an entire parade of gay people saying, yes, we're coming for your children. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? Because once you've reached that pinnacle of, I can't be touched, then you see who they really are, right? How you judge a person's character it's fairly simple. You see how they treat the least among you, right? How do they treat the retards? How do they treat the disabled? How do they treat those that they have completely within their power, i.e., children, things like that, right? You know, how does a husband treat his wife? How does a man and a wife treat their children? How does a wife treat her husband, right? Because the thing about it is that if you treat anybody badly, especially if you have power over them, then that speaks greatly to your character. Because what that means is that all the other things that you do in your life that are good, that are well-meaning and all this other stuff, the only reason you do those is to either look good or not look bad. Because the moment no one is looking and you have complete power over another human being and you treat them like trash, that means your character is trash, right? They become people to fought against in the first place? Yes. So, asinanarily, yes. But essentially, what ends up happening is like the moniker, or excuse me, the saying that you either die young or live long enough to become the monster that you once fought is sort of kind of true, but not really. What it really boils down to is that it is a good saying because it applies to superheroes, but that also applies to politics. And the reason it applies to politics is some people make their whole identity their politics. It's entirely encased within what they consider their identity. There are people who literally embody the identity of a Republican or a Democrat or a progressive or a conservative or whatever, and any disagreement and or insult immediately like flips them over a lid, and they gotta you've attacked their identity as if you have attacked them for being who they are. Like you called out their name and called them a fucking asshole and that you hate them. It's just like saying, you know, I don't think Trump did this. I think this thing that Trump did was bad and I completely disagree with him. If that person has integrated being a Trump fan into their identity, they will immediately take personal offense at that. The same way that they did with Biden, with the fucking Democrats and progressives. It's like if you can't, and it's always telling when you can't give the devil his due. That's how you know a partisan is. That's how you know who the partisans are. Excuse me, is that they can never give the devil his due. Right? Like there are plenty of people who criticize Elon. Right? Plenty of people who criticize Elon. And so you could tell that they're not partisan hacks when they do, because they give the devil his due. You know, he's obviously smart. He obviously seems to give a fuck about humanity as a whole. You know, whether individual humanity or not is a different question, but that's a whole nother ballgame. But there are people out there who are legitimately embodied within their identity. They dislike Elon. And so if you give Elon any sense of credit at all, even in a neutral form, it's immediately offensive to them, and they take it personally. And so that's usually how movements end. Yes, and that's what I'm saying is it's essentially they become so it's basically like the Pride movement, right? The Pride movement essentially won the early culture war that they fought, to get homosexuality accepted and gay marriage accepted in the normal sphere of human life, right? So in most places in the United States, you can be a homosexual out in public and nobody is going to say a fucking word to you about it. So long as you're relatively normal, And by relatively normal, I mean you're not getting in anybody's way or causing anybody problems or trying to like push your bullshit on anybody else, right? If you're a homosexual walking down the street holding your homosexual partner's hand, most people ain't going to say shit to you. You know, but it's just like with the whole kissing in public. Like, you probably shouldn't be doing PDA in public anyway. I know this for a fact because I do it, but I make sure no one's looking when I grab my wife's ass. So I'm just saying. Make sure you play the game correctly, right? You can do it, but you have to do it like you're like teenagers holding hands secretly, right? That's the way you got to play it. Like Morpheus says in the first Matrix, there are people who rely on the system so much that they will fight for it. Yeah, but that's not really what I'm talking about necessarily. It's more just that it's just like this. Why are there government programs that were started in the 30s that still exist that were meant to solve a problem back then but still exist today? Well, it's because they probably solved that problem and then eventually they either had to find new problems or pretend the problem wasn't solved in the first place. This is one of the reasons why stuff like government programs to do certain things, especially when they're privatized, tend to create negative feedback loops that continue the thing existing, right? Like, it's in the best interest of dozens upon dozens of businesses in San Francisco to ensure that there's poop all over the sidewalks, right? Because it's a multi-million-dollar industry to clean the sidewalks of poop in San Francisco. If they passed laws and started enforcing laws that made it illegal to defecate on the sidewalk or anywhere in public, then dozens of businesses would lose millions upon millions of dollars, right? You'd put, hundreds, if not thousands of people out of jobs. Several businesses would go out of business, all of these things. So you literally have an entire infrastructure that is incentivized to keep people pooping on the street. That is the reason I bring it. The reason I bring up that example is because how ludicrously stupid it is, right? Because you think about it in other terms where it's like, oh yeah, they have a business incentive to ensure that people are sick. That's why we don't cure anything anymore. And it's like, yeah, that's not really sure, but that doesn't really jive. It's more like there are business incentives for a lot of the things that we have in our life that we have created government programs to solve, but now we've built entire businesses to help mitigate the problems, so they no longer need to be solved because people are making money, and those people who are making money are going to lobby. And what do you think they're going to fucking lobby for? Do you think the business owners and the people that work for the poop companies are going to be lobbying the government to remove the homeless people so they can stop pooping on the street? I'm sure some of them will. I'm sure some of them are good people that they don't want to see this done to their beautiful city. But how many of them are just like, I got to work. I got to feed my family. I got to run a business. I got to make money. So I'm gonna lobby for the thing that's gonna make me the money, which includes people fucking defecating on the street. They are thanking my sidewalk poop away. How dastardly, exactly. And I mean, like I said, it's a ludicrous example, but it exists for a reason. Now, like I said, are they actively doing that? No, but it's all about incentives, right? It's like when you talk about reforming the prisons and removing the amount of prisons we have or reforming them in such a way that would lower the amount of officers that are being employed, you will literally get the unions and all these other motherfuckers coming out and being like, oh, you're taking away jobs from people. And it's like, yeah, but these jobs are being used to, beat down and harass people who don't deserve it. They deserve to be locked in a cell, not treated like pieces of shit, right? So it's like you have this really perverse monetary incentive to create and continue these horrible things and practices. And this is what I believe is happening to the Lgbt movement and Pride and all of this is they basically slayed their dragon and chopped them up and ate them. And now the only thing left are a bunch of baby dragons chilling in the hills in the distance. And so instead of just chilling and putting up fortifications and holding their own, they're now taking loans and wandering into the wilderness to slay the baby dragons. And they look like complete assholes for doing it and make everybody mad. I know I'm going all over the place here, but that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. So I saw this and I could not help but laugh my ass off. Now, if you don't know, this is Homelander. He is Superman, but an asshole, and people really like him because he is a very interesting character. But this was hilarious. Like CD Projekt Red, it was last stream I talked about how Pride got nerfed and how so many of these companies weren't doing like the Pride Month stuff, or if they were, it was very subdued, right? Because I'm not gonna lie, like I don't really give a fuck if people have like Pride merchandise, like Target, who wants to sell like gay merchandise. Sure, go for it. But the thing about it is they're not doing this, and now all the other companies are looking at these guys like, like I said, this, like, it speaks volumes on its own. I don't really have to add much to it. I just kind of wanted to talk about it because it's awesome. Let's see what else do we got. Aha! And then speaking of CD Projekt Red, so they released a tech demo for The Witcher 3, and it was absolutely amazing. Did I just get rid of that? Oh my God, I did. Excuse me 1 second. I just lost my damn mind. So yeah, the CD Projekt Red tech demo was absolutely amazing. It looked crazy. That's it. See, okay, that's because of course they spell it all fucked up. Project. There we go. Okay. Excellent. So we, do they have it on their, do they literally not have it posted on their fucking Twitter? Are you kidding me? Why would you? Why? Really? Maybe it's Witcher? Maybe if I go Witcher 4? Do between there and here. Once the awesome memory is done, you should check that analysis, I think, earlier. I think you'll like it. I did. I read it. And we're gonna get into it when we start talking about it. Absolutely 100%. Is this it? Okay, this might be it. So they're probably gonna fucking nerf me on YouTube, but you know what? Fuck them.
Dearest daughter.
Okay, this is not it. That's not it. Is this it? Oh, that was it. Okay, that's cool. All right. But this wasn't the tech demo. Where the fuck is the tech demo? Here we go. Like, I'm literally going to their Twitter, multiple Twitters of The Witcher, and I cannot find this fucking tech demo.
What you just saw and are going to see now is running on a standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin.
Yeah, it's not the whole thing, but look at it.
The region we are in is called Kovir, and you'll get to explore it in a game. Right now, Ciri is investigating the monster, and after gathering new clues,
yeah, we don't need to worry about any of that. Basically, I just wanted to show you this because people are bitching because this is how The Witcher 4 will look. Okay, it's a tech demo that represents what we're aiming for with the game. Okay. It's a highly scripted tech demo and not at all what the final product will look like. Yes. And I think that was, like, there's this problem that happened since Watch Dogs, where they had the tech demo for Watch Dogs, and the game came out and it looked nothing like that on, especially consoles. And now it's basically the same thing, except for some reason, people still think tech demos are what the game is supposed to be and what it's supposed to look like on your console, instead of just it's a fucking tech demo to show you our vision. This is not representative of the final product. I don't understand why they do that. Unless CD Projekt Red actually released something that said this is what the game is actually going to look like. Because they also talked about in that tech demo a lot of the technology that they were using in the game. About how they're going to add, about how they did the foliage and all the other stuff. It is absolutely insane what the tech that they're looking at. It's really great. I highly recommend watching it. We're not gonna watch the full thing here. I just wanted to talk about it because it's been a big thing going on in especially gaming right now, where they like people are shitting all over CD Projekt Red for the fact that the tech demo looks amazing, but everybody knows that's not what it's supposed to look like, right? Also, Witchers are all supposed to be males. Ciri is a female. Fair enough, right? There's going to be some good story. By the way, I am going to be playing Witcher 4 probably. Maybe. It really depends, but most likely, yes. I loved Witcher 3. It was a great game. It was a great game. It was a really good RPG, but it wasn't a great fighting game, I will say that. The magic was very lackluster. Anyway, the point that I'm getting at is that depending on how they handle this, depends on how we'll move forward here. No, that's what I was going to say. So if all Witchers are supposed to be male, and they have a female, the first one, that would be Ciri, in the tech demo, one of the characters calls her a Witcheress. How the fuck does that make sense? Did he simply come up with that on his own? Like off the beat? Because when you just call her a Witcher, like normal? Because it's not male or female, right? It's just an ad. It's like going to McDonald's expecting the burger to look like the picture. You know what? That's a great way to look at it. That's a great way to look at it. Is that it's just like a McDonald's commercial. It's fake food. It's not cooked. It's probably cold, and it's made to look good. That's what it is. And it's like at this this is I think this is the point that bothers me about the gamer side of it. It's been 10 years since Watch Dogs, right? When did Watch Dogs release? Watch_dogs. When did 2014. It's been 11 years. It's been 11 years. We all know tech demos are fake. Does anybody remember motherfucking Cyberpunk 2077 tech demo? Remember that? Look, nothing like the game. So it's like we all know this is the case. And does it not even say on the thing, this is not representative? Doesn't it say it on here somewhere? Like the beginning or something? No, it doesn't on this one. Okay. It does look great. Like, look at it. Look at it. Look at this.
Kelpie.
Also, I'd like to point out, she's actually pretty now, which is fine. I didn't really have too much of a problem with her face earlier. She was in the middle of combat. It was a weird lens thing. Like, I am on board. I am on the train that if you have characters in video games and you play as them, or they spend a lot of time on screen, they should be hot in some form or fashion. Be they male or female, doesn't matter. Because if you're gonna do a grizzled female, it literally should be a side character. And the main reason is because people do not like looking at ugly for overly long. It will bother them.
Weeds, Kelpie.
So just like Geralt had Roach, Ciri has her own.
Like, look at that, dude.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback.
Yeah, and then they
riding
gush over how they're gonna do the like mounting. So no matter where you do it in the world, it's not nice and fluid. That's pretty cool. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like all of the shit that they talked about in this tech demo, this is not gonna make the game good. None of this shit is gonna make the game good at all. None of it. This does not make a good game. What makes a good game is good especially an RPG, is a good writing, good combat systems, all this stuff. They go into like how the muscles work and all that other shit. It was really, really good. And unfortunately, I can't find any more of it, but you know, that's fine. But again, this really doesn't make the game good, right? All this bullshit, all the tech, blah, 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 more foliage, blah, whatever, dude. Like, do people care? Sure. But is it going to make the game good? Is it going to make the game last? No. Like, Witcher 3 isn't a good game because it looked amazing when it came out, right? That's not what makes it a good game. What makes it a good game is the depth of character, the stories, the world building, the world itself. Like, it's a good game because of those reasons. But it's never going to, this kind of stuff is never going to make a good game. It's only going to make a good game better. The problem comes when you focus too much on this and it makes your game worse because you spent so much more time on this that you didn't spend time on important things like gameplay and the world, right? And when you're talking about an open world RPG, there's only two things that really need to like slam dunk. And that is the gameplay, the fighting and the exploring, and the open world itself. Like you can have a generic story, you can have like decent pseudo generic dialogue, all this other stuff, but if the world building is really good and the gameplay is fucking solid, it'll be a good game, right? And the reason is because I can skip all the dialogue, right? There's a button, just fucking spam the button, skip, and then get back to the gameplay. Get back to exploring the world, all that stuff, right? We can skip dialogue. But when the dialogue is amazing and the combat sucks and the world sucks, then you're basically, what's going to happen is that anytime you actually have to go fight like a big fight or a big mob or any other, when you got to go across the world to do a bunch of stupid fetch quests and then just hack and slash a bunch of stupid shit, and it basically does that to you, like you're not going to want to play the game anymore. Even if the story's great, you're going to if the story is good enough for you to want to like plow through that shit, you're just going to turn it down on fucking game journalist mode and then go from there. I can make Skyrim look like that with enough mods. That's not going to make you like Skyrim if you already don't like Skyrim plays. Yes, exactly. It's exactly the point, yeah. And again, I mean, it's not like the game is actually going to look like this on a PS5. You know what I mean? It might look like this on my rig if they optimize it properly. I actually wonder how good Witcher 3 would look on my I haven't played it on this computer. But I can still play Darktide at like max graphics, and I just have to turn ray tracing off, and it's like butter smooth 90 FPS, dude. It's like an interactive movie, comic cleaver. Yes. Yeah. Looks good on Switch. Nice. That's great. Yeah, but like I said, it's like you can have, like I said, interactive movies are fine, but it basically comes down to if you wanted to make a movie that's interactable and you just put in shitty combat, just remove the shitty combat, and you'll have an interactive movie as a game rather than an interactive movie with shitty combat, because the shitty combat is going to turn a lot of people off, right? Who might otherwise enjoy it. And so I'm hoping that the combat is pretty good. Witcher 3 combat was serviceable in my opinion. It wasn't really that great. It was mostly basic with the sword play. It got a little bit better at the end. The magic was fairly lackluster. I had fun with it. Here's what I'm going to say. It was fun, but it didn't have much depth. It didn't have much to it, but it was really, really fun to set people on fire and watch them burn out. It was really fucking fun. Especially in combat, I'm just like block. It just like, it was, dude, like, I laughed so much. Like, the entire playthrough, I played that thing, I think it took me 90 hours to play through all of Witcher 3, and a good 50 of it is me laughing my ass off as my enemies die in pain. It's just fucking great. It's absolutely great. Okay, so, enough CD Projekt Red. Okay, let's get into why you're all actually here, right? In light of the president's, this is Elon Musk, in light of the president's statement about my cancellation of my government contract, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. That sounds a bit drastic. What happened? What happened, I wonder? Well, it looks like Elon and Trump have had a massive, massive fucking fallout. It's been coming for a while, most likely. Everybody could see it. You know, Elon spurging out in the Oval Office a couple days back and having a black eye for some reason. I don't know. Maybe fell down the stairs and hit a doorknob. But yeah, it absolutely looks like we are going to see some really amazingly juicy fucking drama coming out over the next bit. And by the way, if you want to know what the Dragon is, it's called the Decommissioned Dragon spacecraft. Okay, so space. I'm pretty sure it's the civilian base loader. It's the Dragon spacecraft is the reusable spacecraft designed and built by SpaceX for missions to the International Space Station and beyond. There you go. So the Dragon 1. So there are 2 Dragons at the moment. Yeah, so basically it's the spacecraft that they've been launching into orbit with supplies to go to the ISS and everything else. Can carry up to 7 passengers. The Dragon 2, to and from the ISS. The only U.S. spacecraft currently capable of returning significant cargo to Earth, and was first crewed on May of 2020. So more than likely he's being facetious and being an asshole, because the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. Got some fat checks for selling green cars. Yes. Well, I mean, you can't, at this current moment in time, you cannot run a commercial space agency without government subsidies, because there's literally nobody to buy the product. And even if the few people that are there to buy the product would not buy it in enough quantities to make it financially viable. And NASA basically gave up its own space shuttle program. So without SpaceX, the United States as an entity has no way to get into space outside of using another country, like like Russia. We used their Soyuz capsules for a little while. I think it was Soyuz. And the EU. That's not really true for SpaceX. Lazarus Faye, what's that? What's not really true for SpaceX? It's for the other companies, not SpaceX. Please be more specific. But it's the same thing with Tesla, right? Electric vehicles, for the most part, up until just recently, in the last few years, have not been economically viable, right? When Tesla was first invented and he started getting government when he started building up Tesla and started getting government contracts, just like many of the other fucking automotive companies get government contracts for EVs, they were not commercially viable, because there's not enough charging. So you're not going to be able to have an entire factory pumping out singular just EVs and have enough to keep that business viable, unless you're like Ford or GM or some of these other companies that sell normal gasoline-powered cars to subsidize that. SpaceX has Starlink is to make it cash flow positive. That they can run without government contracts. I do not believe that SpaceX could run without government contracts. Like, I could see if they had SpaceX scaled down a lot and all they were doing was launching Starlink, then maybe. But even then, dude, like sending shit to space is so prohibitively expensive. It's like buying things in pure gold, right? That's essentially how it works. It's like if you want to send something into space, it's basically worth its weight in gold to send it up there, right? They also have other customers for their launch business. Terra Invicta showed that as well. Boost, yeah. Elon's empire is built on government money. Yes, it is. And to be fair, most of the stuff has to be for what he's doing. Like, I'm not even sure if the Boring Company could survive without government subsidies. I'm not really sure it would make enough money on its own. Also, Starship is nearly done, and then their launch business is way more profitable. Again, like I said, I don't know the financials, but what I do know is that it's prohibitively expensive. And that until we actually have commercial flights to space where normal people and normal businesses want to buy and sell sending cargo to space and back into orbit and or to, you know, the moon or near Earth asteroids or whatever, that it's probably not going to be viable without government subsidies. Like even like Starship is that. Okay, but you're still not. Yes. But who are you going to sell the business to? Who's going to pay for it? Right? That's what I'm talking about, right? There is no industry for space yet. Once we build the infrastructure to get people into space and it makes it more viable and economically feasible, then it will explode, right? You will have tons of these companies will want to get into space for various reasons, research, mining, prospecting, you name it. But right now, yes, companies that want satellites in space. I agree. There are. But again, we're talking about commercial viability, right? You're not going to be able to get commercial viability unless there's enough product. Sorry, I heard something. You're not going to be able to get enough positive cash flow to keep the business afloat without government subsidies unless you have a lot of business, especially for space. Now, it's entirely possible they might not need any government fucking subsidies at the moment. I don't know, but I don't believe it does. I like, you have far more faith than I do because like I said, I am aware of how much it costs to send shit to space. You need gargantuan amounts of money to make it viable at all, period. And that's with government subsidies. And then if you take those away, is the business actually going to be able to survive, hiring all the technicians it needs and physicists and engineers and fucking, not to mention launching the goddamn spacecraft itself, building new ones, right? Because even though they're reusable, you're still going to have to do repairs and maintenance and you're going to have to decommission them and rebuild the other ones. It's like, there's a whole fucking goddamn mechanism behind all of this that we just don't see, right? And one of the reasons it costs so much is because of quality control. No, sir, I'm not thinking in old terms. I'm absolutely not. I literally just talked about how even though it's reusable, right? Like this is the thing. Going to space is very fucking expensive. We do not have the infrastructure to make going to space cheap. And so a lot of people don't want to go to space. And the only people you're going to get to go to space are going to want to either do small amounts of research, like at the ISS, or you're going to want to launch satellites into space. I don't believe that SpaceX is going to be able to be a viable business with only those two things filling their pocketbooks. Sorry, I need to check my cameras. Yep. My daughter's up. All right. She'll be fine. I just needed to make sure I heard some stuff. So it's like I understand what you're saying, but the problem is it's still. Yeah. What do you mean? Why not? I've been explaining it for like 10 minutes here. Yes, they do. That still doesn't negate the fact that when you launch tons of cargo. The space shuttle, didn't they decommission I think they decommissioned all the space shuttles. I know it's a $20 billion business. Or excuse me, I know it's a gigantic business. I understand that, right? Elon's companies are making money. But if you removed all the government subsidies, would the business still be viable in its current form? And I do not believe it would be. Like they would have to transition their entire business model to be more efficient with money without the government subsidies. Because like here's the thing. If they didn't need the government subsidies, then the only reason they have them, right, is to make more money. So then we should just take them away anyway because they don't need them. And if they don't need them, then they should be fine. And if that's the case, then why would he joke about having to decommission Dragon? Now, I know this is just tongue-in-cheek, and this is probably not going to happen because they're probably not going to take his subsidies away from his fucking space company because it's the only way the United States has fucking space rockets. They would just have to slow down. I disagree. I don't think their company would be viable in its way. I think they would have to scale down so much that it would just be not worth it. Because the point of all of this is not to create a viable space business to get cargo into space. The point of all of this is to get to Mars and to colonize Mars, right? That is the end goal. They were already decommissioning Dragon because of Starship. SpaceX is developing a Dragon replacement expected to phase in over the next 6 to 8 years, per Gwynne Shotwell in November of 2024. Dragon remains critical for ISS operations, lunar gateway support, and private missions like AX-4. That is from NBC. Yeah. So, again, this is all based on your opinion is it will, my opinion is it won't. Simple as. Like, it's entirely possible that that in its current state, if scaled back, it could operate as a vehicle to launch satellites into space, but it would have to be significantly scaled down. Even in that regard, I'm not sure it would be viable. That's my opinion. I don't think it would be viable. What is the Dragon replacement? The specific details about its design, name, and capabilities are not public as of June 6, 2025. The replacement is being designed to align with NASA's needs and the ISS, blah, 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 blah. Speculation. Dragon replacement might be smaller, specialized spacecraft for low orbit or lunar gateway resupply, possibly leveraging, blah, 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 blah. You know, that shit matters. Probably means Starship. Well, wouldn't they just say that? SpaceX Starship is a fully reusable two-stage spacecraft and rocket system designed for interplanetary travel, deep space exploration, and large-scale cargo and crew transports. So no, it would not be. One is designed for cislunar, or one is designed for low Earth orbit, and one is designed for interplanetary travel. Hence the name Starship. Starship upper stage key component is supposed to be capable of carrying over 100 passengers or 150 metric tons of cargo to low Earth orbit. Designed with versatility, blah, 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 blah. Damn. 33 fucking Raptor engines. No wonder that thing is so goddamn big. Fully reusable. Starship is designed to do everything. Yeah, that's not a thing. You don't design spacecraft to do everything. Not now. Not now. A spacecraft that's designed to go into low Earth orbit is not suitable for it to go to Mars or to go to the moon. And even though you could potentially use a spacecraft that is designed to go to the moon to just take shit to low Earth orbit, it would not be as effective as something specifically designed for that fact, right? So if they were going to replace the Dragon, would you really replace it with something that's fucking 10 times as big and takes 10 times and 500 times more fuel? I'm using like exaggerated metrics here. So yeah, you would never do that. Would never do that. Especially not now. Like maybe 500 years in the future when you don't give a fuck about any of this shit, right? When we're on a hydrogen economy and we've got fusion power and we're using, electric force fields to get out of Earth orbit and shit. Then you wouldn't care, right? Then you'd use anything, potentially. But like as of today, you like that. That's just, yeah, no. Anyway, so the big takeaway from all this, after all that, is that, yeah, but but you're missing my point, dude. Like if they replace, like they will be, I do not agree that they will be a very similar platform. I do not agree with that. Because each, especially when you're dealing with space in our very, very specific time, you need very specific spacecraft to do very specific things because of things like monetary constraint, right? If you need to send 2 people to ISS and take them food and supplies, you're not going to launch a spacecraft that can hold 10 times more stuff rather than launching a smaller spacecraft that holds just about what you need. You're not going to do that. Have you read about HLS? Potentially, what's HLS? But the whole point of all this was that Elon Musk crashed the fuck out on the internet hilariously, to the point where Elon Musk says President Trump is, quote, in the Epstein files. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. In fact, let's just see what old Elon has been saying. Human launch system, it's a Starship variant. Yes, okay. And like that's what I'm getting at is like we're speaking in vague terms about we could literally be using completely different terminology. I could be talking about the fucking Enterprise NX-01 and you're talking about the Columbus NX-504, right? So like what are we talking about here? The HLS human landing system, its purpose is to land astronauts on the moon's south pole. Design a modified version of SpaceX Starship upper stage tailored for lunar landings. Okay, so it is a module for Starship for the moon. Cool. Then it makes sense to launch overcapable vehicles for whatever you need. See, that's the problem, is that we're not at that scale yet for you to make that determination. I would completely disagree. I would completely disagree. Yeah, 100%. We're not there yet. But you wouldn't want to do that because it still requires, because the spacecraft itself weighs a shit ton and you have to use the fuel to launch the spacecraft. And you have to have more fuel because you have more fuel for the spacecraft. So the bigger the spacecraft, the more fuel you have to have. The more fuel you have to have, the more fuel you have to have. And then you add more fuel, and then you have to add more fuel, and then you have more fuel, and you have more fuel. It's called the rocket equation. This is one of the reasons why, if you're going to have a practical application on something, you want to use a spacecraft designed for that, so that so the rocket equation doesn't fuck you. Because what you're going to end up doing is, if fuel is so cheap, then why does it cost its weight in gold to launch shit into orbit, dude? Like most of the cost of things is fuel when you launch something. The rest of that is, and one of the reasons it costs so much is because of how dangerous and how it must be kept at a low temperature. I doubt the actual reusability, just like the space shuttle. We're running the ship of Theseus. Yeah, I mean that's fair, but I do think that we're gonna get more reusable as we go. But reusability changes the whole logic. I disagree. Because like the problem is that it feels like you're thinking we're in like 2155 and we have like orbital shit everywhere. There's people living in space and there's an actual industry where if you have something that could take 500 tons to space, but it only has 5, nobody's going to give a fuck, right? But we're not in that. We're not in that space now. What we're in is like, why would you, as a taxpayer, want to subsidize a company that is using significantly more money to launch something that it doesn't need to launch when it could use a more efficient spacecraft that's smaller to spend less money to launch that thing into space? That's just one angle we're coming at, right? Especially when you involve like all the government bullshit. But anyway, as funny as it sounds, I was not planning on getting into a fucking argument about SpaceX. The point of this was to make fun of both Elon and Trump because they're fucking spurging out the fuck out over one another. That was the whole point. And no, I don't think SpaceX will be a viable company without government subsidies. So we're just gonna leave it there. Because the thing about it is that you don't work for SpaceX, you're not an engineer, you're not in the know, and neither am I. Right? So all of this is basically our speculation about how futurism is gonna roll out, right? Investing in making a good platform also saves us a ton of money. Irrelevant to my point. So, where is Elon? Where did he put it? Where did he pull it? He put it on. Oh, so he's been. Oh my God. Elon does ketamine. Trump on Epstein list. Yep. There it is. There it is. Autists unite. Autists unite. Now, he put up somewhere. There it is. Just going to leave this here. So this is one of them where Trump is at a party chilling with Epstein and And here he is spurging out about the tariffs. Remember, he came out against the tariffs. And so then he kept his mouth shut for a little while. And now he's saying it's going to cause a recession in the second half of the year. Lovely. And why did all of this happen? Why did all of this happen? No, it's not. It's because, where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. So yeah, he dropped the big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein list. Mark this post for future. The truth will come out. That's great. And so basically, Elon felt betrayed by the big, beautiful bill because essentially, from his perspective, what he said, if I can fucking find the damn thing, he tweets so goddamn much, that the omnibus bill going before here it is. It will increase the deficit by 2.5 trillion. So when Elon talks about decreasing the deficit, I actually believe him when he says this is what he wants to do. I do not believe that he truly understands how the economy actually works, because if he did, then perhaps he might actually say that, the debt itself is not the problem, because that's how our entire monetary system works, is based on debt, which allows the scalable economy that we have so that you can loan stuff out and all that other stuff. It's a massively retardedly complicated thing. But that doesn't mean that we should have, so much debt that a quarter of all the money that the government pays out in money is going toward the interest on the debt. And he believes that this omnibus bill is absolutely going to, crater our country, because it's just going to keep the deficit going up. And I kind of agree with him, because it's like one of the things that I was hoping that would happen is that all the Doge shit, they were doing all the little things, right? With USAID and all that other stuff. And I was really, 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 really hoping that, where is it? There it is. I was really, 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 really hoping that that they were basically taking out the small fish. They were getting their system, down, making sure everything was working, and then as soon as they knew what the fuck they were doing and had the cred to back it up, they were going to go after the military industrial complex. Because that's where all the waste really is. Has anyone even read the entire thing? No. Half people are like, oh, it will not add anything to the deficit. And other people are like, yes, it will add tons to the deficit. It's just because nobody reads these things. And if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be posted 72 hours before voting, and they got around that bill. They got around that. I don't know how. But this is what I was hoping would happen, is that the Doge team would get their shit together and figure out their system and get it all get all the rough spots ironed out, get the public on board with what they're doing, and then you take on the dragon, the military industrial complex. And you want to know how I know the military industrial complex is the most fucking waste of money? Well, I was a sailor at one point on board of a United States submarine, nuclear variant, in fact. It's the only kind we really have. Well, there is one submarine the United States Navy has that's not nuclear, but we don't need to get into that. So, when I was in the military in 2011, when I became a supply petty officer for my division, basically what that meant is that anytime my division, I was a mechanic, right? A nuclear mechanic. So we dealt with the maintenance and preservation of the mechanical equipment in the engineering section of the submarine. And so that means that, we would replace valves. There's all kinds of, hydraulics, plumbing, all kinds of shit that we have to keep up on, right? And so that means that, we need lots of replacement parts for all this highly technical, extreme equipment that's used for, extreme environments, right? Frickin' the steam system alone is, hundreds of pounds, hundreds of degrees. And so, you need good stuff. So it's going to be expensive anyway. But it doesn't have to be as expensive as it is. And one of the reasons it's as expensive as it is because, well, there was this thing we used to have to do when we order parts. You'd have to look at this list. And if any of the people on this list will ship the product that you're looking for, that you're looking at. Okay, I need this O-ring that costs $10. It's for a very important valve. I need this O-ring, $10. Okay. But it's going to cost you $500 to ship it. What the fuck? Why? Well, because there's this list of companies that you have to use to ship it. And if one of these companies on this list, no matter how much it costs, is willing to ship it, you have to choose them. You cannot go down the list and look for the cheapest person. You have to go on the list and look for the people that are on this very top of the list. And why do you need to look at them? Because they're businesses that are owned by non-whites or women. That's right. This is how you get the scandal of a box of bolts that costs you $5 at Home Depot ends up costing like $20,000 to ship to Iraq. That's how you get that. Yep, $20,000 for a box of nuts. Or bolts. A box of bolts. To ship to Iraq or Afghanistan or wherever the fuck it went. And how they discovered this? Because the women that were running the company just kept charging more and more and more to ship every single time. And eventually it got so ludicrous that it got reported and they finally got found out. Now, did they go to jail? No, because everything they were doing was legal. This was in 2011. And this had been going on for years, by the way. Like the guy that trained me to be the supply petty officer, this was the way it was when he started doing it like 4 years before that. And he was like the dude that told him it was like that for years before that too. Yes, there is a giant fucking list. When I was in the military, when I needed to order supplies, when I needed to get it shipped to the boat, there was a giant list of shippers, and you had to pick them on that list if they shipped it, no matter how much it cost. You could choose the lowest one on the list. So if one said 10 and one said 5, you could choose the one that said 5, which obviously you would because you want to save your boat money. That's your entire fucking job, is to order the parts and to spend as little money as possible if you can. But many of them didn't ship to some of them don't ship to places. So many of them on the list wouldn't even ship to where we were. Number one. And number two, most of them charged an over amount of money. Why? Because they could. Legally, there was no problem with them charging more than, say, UPS or FedEx or anybody else. So if a white guy owned a company, he would literally be at the bottom of the list from all the non-white and women-owned companies. Even if he had the cheapest delivery, you could not choose him unless all the others refused. So what's the point of having a human do this and not a computer? Because, well, honestly, there's several reasons. One is computers make mistakes that are hard to find. Whereas a human you can interrogate and, well, when you're in the military, there are things that the military can do to you that would not be allowed to be done in civilian life. So, you can get people to tell you pretty much anything you want. So there's that part of it. And a lot of it is determination, just a bunch of random stupid shit. I would not want to automate the supply process. That's for damn sure. If you can't exercise your own intelligence, well, that's the thing, is you could, but it's like you had to choose from that list first. That was the thing. And the reason I bring this up and I'm stressing over it is because it basically allowed these companies that were being chosen due to race and sex to overcharge the government to just ship things places. So you would buy a $10 O-ring, right? And it's expensive for a $10 O-ring. That is fucking ludicrously expensive for an O-ring. Especially one as small as we're talking, right? We're talking maybe like that big. But it's for a very important thing, so it's made to very specific specifications. It's made out of very important material. The cost of it is actually legitimate. And then you ship it, and it costs 2 to 3 times as much as the original product based on the person shipping it. And if they're willing to ship it, it doesn't matter how much it costs. And there are hundreds of little things that are exactly the same way in every aspect in the military. When we were doing the 2011 budget, we had already gone over our 2014 estimated budget. That's how far back in the budgets we were. So basically what that means is that The estimated budget for our boat up until 2014, we'd already spent it. They were built in the 70s, man. Like, the USS West Virginia was commissioned in 1978. I'm pretty sure. Make sure. Pretty sure it was 1978. I might be wrong on that. That might have been the reactor. I'm just... Was commissioned in 1990? No. 736 was 1990? Huh. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Excuse me. The motherfucking reactor was designed in 1974. That's what it was. Her keel was laid down in 1987. Yeah. Okay. So they were contracted in 1983. So I was completely off base. It was commissioned in 1990. The keel was laid in 1987, and it was and the project was started in 1983. Excuse me. I just remember seeing on, I can't remember what it was. It was something in maneuvering. It had something to do with the reactor. It was like 1978. I think it was when the reactor was designed or something like that. Without even getting the secret programs that cost who knows how much for what reason. Yes, that is extremely fucked up. I agree. And this comic is hilarious because this is exactly how it feels. Now, is this true? Well, we're gonna look into what Longwood said. He gave me a post that we're gonna get into here in just a second, where we're gonna talk about it. Where my dad was likely a police officer, was likely who made the reactor. BWXT Naval Nuclear Construction Division. It was, let me see. According to Wikipedia, the contract was awarded to the Electric Boat Division of General Dynamics Corporation in Groton, Connecticut on November 21st, 1983. And the keel was laid in Groton. So that's where it was built. And it was commissioned in 1990 in the dry dock of Kings Bay, Georgia submarine base. That's where I was stationed, by the way. So yeah, sweet. I did not know that. Wow. In 2008, Captain Daniel Mack, commander of Submarine Squadron 1620, relieved West Virginia's commanding officer of command due to a loss in confidence in his ability to command. That was like that was just a little bit before I got there. Jesus Christ. Stephen Gillespie was the captain right before I came, and he left right as I got there. Or excuse me, right, we got a new captain right after Gillespie, the guy who took over from the guy who lost his command. That's crazy. I did not know that. What did he do? I do not know. I do not know. For a commanding officer to literally be relieved by their superior officer of command, normally they let you just leave, right? They reassign you or something like that. To be officially relieved, that's something else, man. And look at that. A year after I got out of the military, the West Virginia departed Norfolk Naval Shipyard after a 30... Wow. That's crazy. They got refueled a year after I left the Navy. Did he try to order parts from white people? Ship. It's ship. It was ship. It was ship parts. You ordered them from the companies because only certain people make them. But when we're talking about like military stuff, it's like that's just one aspect of it, right? Like I've talked on several occasions about the time I had to order a wrench set that cost like $200 at Home Depot, and it cost me $10,000 to order it for the boat. And the reason it cost $10,000 is because every single piece of the ratchet set it was made for the reactor compartment. So it was made to work on things inside the reactor compartment where the reactor is active, you know? So let's say if I locked you in the reactor compartment and we started up the reactor, you'd probably be dead in a couple hours. So that's where it's supposed to go, right? It's not supposed to be stored in there, but that's what the kind of stuff it's supposed to work on. And so what you got to do is you got to send it to the special division where they take a radiation detector. I can't think of what the actual device is called at the moment. And they scan every fucking piece of it with this radiological detector, so that it gets a profile. It shows you, okay, so the 3/16th, the 3/16 ratchet, it's got this much radiation emanating from it naturally. And then the next one, and then the next one. And you got to realize the person who's doing this is actually a professional who's got like fucking some kind of degree, or maybe they're a mechanical engineer kind of type like me. And so they're literally sitting at a desk just scanning these fucking things and writing them down in a book. And so you have to do that for every single piece of it to get, so that when you take it to the reactor compartment and then you come out and then you scan the device yourself, you scan the ratchet yourself, you can see if it's absorbed anything or if it's contaminated, right? So that way you can compare the two. So that's why they cost so damn much. What a waste of your time? Not really. Ignoring politics and the exits of doing so, what would full privatization do to... Would it make the box of nails a couple dollars again? No. It would most likely... Honestly, I don't know. I don't think you could actually privatize it completely and it be viable. Because the problem is that one of the problems we have today is that only a few companies can make most of the parts that our military uses, right? So you already have like pseudo monopolies held up by government contracts who make these things. Many of them are only made by like there are companies that specifically only make one thing and they make it for the United States military. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think you could fully privatize it. But I mean, at first, when it first happens, it would probably, all the prices would probably drop, especially if you free marketed it again. But quickly it would devolve into the same kind of bullshit where people would collude and there would be all kinds of like backhanded shit and prices would just start to go up again. Because anytime you have a free market, the first thing that happens is that all the winners in the free market make the free market not free. So they can get more stuff. That's kind of how it works. They don't want to lose where they're at, so they're going to pull up the ladder and they're going to do everything they can to stifle out their competition. But as far as like a waste of your time, like scanning each of those is not a waste of your time, right? Because one of the things you got to realize is that a lot of the stuff in the reactor compartment is extremely dangerous. So if anything actually gets on the ratchet set and you don't detect it, it could literally sit there contaminated, putting off massive amounts of radiation and you not know, right? And then imagine you're sitting on the stool that the ratchet set is under. So it's where did we fucking store that thing? I think we stored it in the mezzanine of engine room lower level. I think that's where we stored it. And there's a stool there. There's a seat where you can fucking sit down so you can like operate some valves and stuff. And so that your balls are directly above it. Your balls, cushion, metal, ratchet set. The Doge even stated to ever investigate the DOD. I don't recall. I do remember it being talked about by a lot of people, but I don't know if they actually said anything about it. They would need security clearance to even try. Yeah, that's one of the funny things about all this dumb shit with Elon when he was getting in all the government stuff, saying, "Oh, he doesn't have security clearance." It's like, motherfucker, he runs SpaceX. Like, he owns several companies like that have like secrets from the United States. Like, what the fuck do you mean he doesn't have a security clearance? He has probably one of the highest security clearances of a private individual because of all the shit that he's involved in. It would be ridiculous. But yes, you do have to have good security clearance. But security clearance does not let you, like, let's say I had top secret security clearance. That does not mean that I should be able to have access to the Stargate program, because it's not need to know. I don't need to know that Stargate program exists. So I don't know about the Stargate program. Simple as. Just like the people in the Stargate program don't know how nuclear reactors work. I don't give a fuck how intelligent Sam is. She doesn't know how to operate a nuclear reactor, and she could fuck right off. He must have security clearance. Oh yes, he must. He made Starshield, which is a military grade Starlink. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he would have to. And not only that, if he were to do all of the stuff in Doge, they all have to have security clearance. At least some form of it, for like even temporarily. And like security clearance is nothing to sniff at, dude. They actually do investigate the fuck out of you. I had the FBI like contact several individuals that I know, including my best friend who was a Russian national at the time, who's now an American citizen. DOD wants Starship for shipping parts. Yeah. And this is another thing, right? This is one of the reasons I talk about this is because of shit like this. Here's all the money that Doge saved. Like, I crashed out on fucking the ADL and Israel and all the shit that's going on over there. Yeah, yesterday, dude, I fucking crashed the fuck out because I am so fucking tired of this shit. Like, I used to, here's the thing. As far as the conflict goes, I side more with one than the other. You probably know which one it is. It doesn't matter. But that's irrelevant to our involvement in it. When our entire involvement with countries in the Middle East is the projection of power and trade and economics, right? That's basically what we're doing. There are plenty of other countries that we could give our money to bribe us to like us. They're not committing, ethnic cleansing and all kinds of other dumb shit. Just saying. So, Elon's crashing the fuck out. He basically feels betrayed by the Trump administration, Republicans, because of the big, beautiful bill adding more to the debt. Other people are saying it doesn't add anything to the debt. I mean, you know what? Let's just ask Rock. Let's see if he's read it or not. But yeah, so Elon crashed the fuck out. And now we're having a slap fight between two billionaires. One of them is the president of the United States, and the other is, well, whatever the fuck he is. And the Epstein list thing was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And it's one of those things. It's like, is Elon... All right, so you know what? Let's go ahead and look at this. Where is it? That's the thing that he gave me. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so nobody read it yet. I read a story about a mishandled medical radiation screening device, as in the device that uses radiation to screen, and an object the size of a pencil almost killed 12 people and 1,000 experienced some degree of exposure. Yes. Well, it's because the amount of radiation something can produce has nothing to do with how big it is. See how big that is? If it was made of a certain material that was a certain type of radioactive, this would kill me immediately. Oh, not immediately, but I would basically be dead by now by holding it like this, exposing it to my skin, exposing it to my face, right? If this were a certain type of radiation source that produced a certain type of radiation, it could kill me. Just this. It matters not how big it is. It matters how radioactive it is. It matters how much contamination it has. It matters what type of contamination it has. It matters what type of radiation it is, right? And so when you're using medical devices like you're talking about, they literally use a radioactive source, and that radioactive source is basically a camera, essentially. They use the radiation, basically almost all radiation, with the exception of alpha and beta particles and neutron radiation, are essentially just light, right? Normal, regular light, like comes out of your light bulbs, comes from the sun. It's just normal electromagnetic radiation. And the most of the radiation that we deal with in when we talk about this stuff is just light. It's just high energy light, X-rays, it's gamma rays. These are just high intensity light beams, right? That you can't see because they're higher than our visual spectrum can see. And so it doesn't, like I said, they use these radiation sources as an extreme, like either like almost like a camera streaming the and creating like photographic imagery by using the radiation to penetrate your body. That's why X-rays work. Your bones mostly block the X-rays, while your skin is transparent and your organs are mostly transparent to X-rays. Just like if you were to use gamma rays to take a picture, you would basically only see like a faint ghost outline depending on how powerful the gamma rays were. It would also likely give you severe radiation sickness. Yep, programming error that caused radiation device to report the wrong dosage. Oh, dude. Oh, that's horrible. Like that's literally going to give somebody cancer. That's actually what that's going to do. Because basically how it gives you cancer is what it does is that essentially how it works is that each gamma radiation specifically is made up of photons, like all light, but they're high energy. And because they're such high energy, they penetrate most of your body. Every now and then, one of those gamma rays will come into contact with one of your bits of DNA that's inside your body. It'll penetrate a cell. It'll go all the way through the cell into the nucleus, and it'll come in contact with one of your pieces of DNA, and it'll just knock one of them out of sequence. Right? It'll hit it, and it'll damage it. And now that piece of DNA is damaged. So the code that is written on your DNA is now incomplete and damaged. And what happens is that's fine. That happens all the time, in fact. Like you get radiation from the sun, you get radiation from the earth. That we have biological mechanisms that correct for this incidental radiation that we are all exposed to at all times. In fact, I got less radiation exposure being on a submarine than you did not being on a submarine. And so what happens is that if you get enough radiation and enough damage happens, enough of those little enough of those gamma ray photons hits your DNA and they damage it enough that it causes the cells to turn cancerous or an abomination of some sort, right? And that happens enough, and it will kill you. It will absolutely kill you. But most likely, like those people are probably just going to get. Maybe some of them will get cancer later in their life. Maybe it depends. It literally depends on how much they were exposed with, right? I've been exposed with massive amounts of radiation too. The difference is it was over a long period of time, and it was all documented, and it's all relatively safe. I'm probably never going to experience any negative side effects from my radiation exposure during my time. 2 people in total for the DC. Sad thing, it was part of a chemo program. Damn, that sucks, dude. That really sucks. The Demon Core is popular, but I don't think it's an impactful story because Demon Core is when medical devices are common by comparison. Demon Core? Did I miss something there? Okay, so yeah, you answer that question, and I'll get to this. I missed something. I missed something. True, it was pretty close to a meltdown if he hadn't sanctified it himself and removed the top. I missed something there. Demon. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so the one big beautiful bill. Let's see what Grok says about the one big beautiful bill, shall we? Let's put it right next to that one. Sorry for the flipping. Yeah, what are you guys talking about? No. Okay, so the big beautiful bill has been subject of intense debate regarding impact on debt based on available analysis. The bill would increase federal deficit by $2.4 trillion over the next decade. This is due to the CBO. Have you read about the Demon Core? It killed a man for being exposed to it for just a few seconds. The message you missed. The Demon Core was a 6.2 kilogram sphere of polonium, about 89 millimeters in diameter, used in critically experiments in Los Alamos Laboratory. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep, I remember this. I was like, Demon Core? I don't remember that phrase, but I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. That's the one where the super criticality experiments where they were basically building a lead wall, and he basically did it enough to where it actually went critical, and it flooded him with radiation. Yeah. So physicist Harry, whatever his fucking name is, physicist Harry accidentally triggered a supercritical reaction by dropping a tungsten carbide brick onto the core, exposing himself to a lethal dose of radiation. He died 25 days later, painfully, most likely. And the next year, physicist Louis Stalin caused another incident by slipping while using a screwdriver to adjust the core, leading to a burst of radiation. He died 9 days later. The core earned its demon nickname due to these deadly incidents. Yeah, exactly. Originally intended for the third atomic bomb, the core was melted down and recycled after the accidents. Rare based government W. Rare government W, but fucking based. Melt that shit down. Show it's who the fuck's boss. Yeah, we read about that in I remember reading about that when I was in nuclear power school. You say it was very fucking dumb, but you forget they did not have the understanding that you and I have of radiation. Right? They had a very, very basic understanding. These are physicists. These are the smart nerds. Like, honestly, if I took a lethal dose of radiation, I would ask for a way to make sure that I die before the radiation killed me. I know exactly what happens. Experimenting on it with a screwdriver? What are you talking about? Of course he was experimenting on it with a screwdriver. How are you gonna adjust the screw? Okay. Anyway. You're doing that thing. So the White House claims the Trump administration, some supporters, including the White House, blah, 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 the bill will reduce deficit by 1.4 to 1.7 trillion through mandatory spending cuts, which almost never make it through. Like, is it not true that since I've been a teenager, it's been like almost 30 years now, that every single time shit like this comes up, there's always mandatory spending cuts, and then somehow the mandatory spending cuts never actually go through, or they just disappear and dematerialize into the ether? Isn't that usually what happens? The mandatory spending cuts. It's an IRL disruptor weapon. No, it's not a disruptor weapon. Makes a machine for it. A disruptor weapon is like a physical shock weapon. Disruptors basically rip the atomic bonds, or excuse me, the chemical bonds of whatever substance it's coming in contact with to cause like a heat explosion. So it literally rips your body apart if you get hit with a disruptor. So it's more of a ray gun, literally, like gamma ray gun. Like, imagine you had a gun that would kill somebody 3 days later. That's what it is. It would make them really fucking sick. And then they would die 3 days later. In excruciating pain, with like skin falling off, their eyes like turning white, and all, like it's absolutely horrible. Vomiting, diarrhea, like your guts are turning into liquid. Like, it's horrible, dude. It's absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Critics of fiscal sirs, Republican fiscal hawks, blah, 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 blah. See, the overwhelming consensus from nonpartisan analysis is will add significant to the national debt. If temporary provisions are extended, White House claims deficit reduction. Let me ask him. It would definitely make your enemies not want to fight you. Yeah, but it's just easy. It's, to be sure, but I mean, bullets work just as well, right? Although body armor doesn't really attenuate radiation very well, so, there's that. Like, but the problem is that it's highly impractical, because you can't produce that much high energy radiation in large enough amounts over a large enough period of time in a like small enough compact device to use as a like carry weapon, right? Fear weapon. Yes, fear weapon. That's exactly what it would be. It'd be something like you'd want to mount to a ship or a tank. And the other thing you got to remember is that the no, that's not it. Light also has this interesting property inverse square law. So light has this problem where the further away from the source, the more spread out it gets. So this is why if you have a flashlight and you're shining it in a room and then you go outside and you shine it across the street, you can barely see the goddamn thing, right? It would be the same thing with any kind of like ray gun that we have. It would have to be so powerful, like you have to exponentially increase the power to ensure that it doesn't spread out so much that it's ineffective, right? So if you have a ray gun and it only works, it's only lethal within 10 feet, anybody past that is just going to receive like a little bit of dose of radiation and then nothing's really going to happen to them, right? Yeah, it wouldn't have great range. And if it did have great range, the power requirements would be so intense. This is another great way to look at it. The power requirements would be so intense, it would be impractical for all purposes except for like ship-mounted weaponry, right? And even then, like ship-mounted weaponry, ray guns, especially if it's just like a gamma ray gun, like it's like you're literally just going to give radiation poisoning to people. That's it. You might as well just lob shells at them. It's much more effective in the immediate thing. It's like you said, it's more of a fear or terror weapon. That would be its sole purpose, is to just terrorize people with. Okay, so let's get into the analysis of Elon and Trump, shall we? Maybe shoot it from a satellite, space station with a big nuclear core. You would get so much attenuation from the atmosphere that it would scatter so badly. This is why one of the reasons why laser temperature stuff doesn't really work very well on cloudy days. And the higher frequency the wavelengths, the faster it dissipates. That's why long range communications are low wavelength. This is true. It's also because it degrades. It also it not only it's not that it dissipates faster necessarily. It's that it degrades as well. So you can send more information over longer distances through more interference with longer wavelengths. Yeah. Okay, so Elon and Trump. These guys do not understand each other. Let's get this nice and big so we can read it, shall we? Elon Musk is too guileless. He says exactly what he thinks is true with little regard for how others will react. I can absolutely 100% empathize with this. I do this all the fucking time, especially to my wife. I literally had to apologize like twice today for doing exactly this because I said exactly what was on my mind. And it wasn't like insulting or like, hurtful or anything. It was just kind of fucked up when you say it that way. It's like, yeah, sorry about that. And then I have to explain myself because, she's my wife and I love her and, well, she gives me things. So seems like a pretty good analysis. Yes. Poison a whole city. You probably couldn't do that. Anyway, he alienates allies by airing disputes in public instead of selling them behind closed doors. Honestly, dude, I hate the fact that this is true, but I do feel it's true. But I wish we did this more. This is the thing I think one of the good things about the internet is good for our civilization is that we are going to get more public fighting. And I absolutely love it. And the reason I absolutely love it is because every single one of these fucking stuck up, highfalutin, fucking thinks they're better than you politicians acts like assholes to everybody, right? They're just like us. They're no fucking different, except many of them are psychopaths and some of them are just Machiavellian, right? Those are the big differences. And I think the internet is really actually going to change political discourse where all the fighting that used to happen behind doors that you'd never see, like how many times in the past did someone like leave an administration or something happen and you get no explanation of it because everybody just shuts the fuck up and the news only reports that it happened and that's it, right? Because who the fuck is going to like talk to Fox or CBS over some stuff like that, right? But now we have Twitter. Now we have Reddit. Now we have Facebook. Now you can just fucking crash the fuck out and say fuck you to the whole fucking world anytime you get fucked. And more people are literally leaning onto it. And our generation and younger are absolutely going to be this way when we take the fuck over. And the reason I like this is because one of the problems I have with a lot of government stuff, especially in the United States, is that too many people think our government is sacred. I would agree in emotional terms that we should give deference to our government political system, i.e., the system itself is important, and we should at least protect it somewhat, so because it does keep us alive, kind of deal, right? Basically. But the fact that it is above reproach, or that at all times there must be this like serious pomp and circumstance, like obviously you need the pomp and circumstance when it's really important, when you're doing military parades, when you're doing official government functions, certain things, sure. But for the vast majority of it, it's just people being people doing people things. And we all know that all the leaders act like this. You know that Trump and Zelensky and fucking Trump and Macron and fucking whoever's in charge in Britain, they all fucking argue all the fucking time and scream, and they're probably all kinds of crashing out shit happening behind the scenes. And now we get to see it. And this will make our government more transparent. And you will actually be able to see the psychopaths. Yeah, the psychopath tells the office what to do, and they find ways to make it happen. Yeah. And because Elon is a Spurg engineer who leads companies of Spurg engineers, to do this, you must be 100% truthful and transparent. It's true, man. Like, I mean, I've never led a company of engineers, but I remember being a leader in the military of nukes, right? And nukes are essentially basically just Spurg engineers that basically mechanics are nerds who like to turn wrenches. That's it. They're nerds who like to work on cars. They're nerds who like to build mechanical things rather than electronic things necessarily. And so whenever I had to lead any of these motherfuckers, this is exactly it right here. Like, honestly, when you give them a job and you tell them what they're doing and they're asking you questions, you just give it to them straight. And even if it sucks ass, even if it's horrible, even if it's going to make their day suck fucking ass, if you're upfront and truthful about it, 9 times out of 10, it's just like, fuck. And then everybody goes about their business. So I definitely feel this part. Not a lot of empathy between engineers. Nah. I mean, there's empathy for the suck, right? Because especially when you're a mechanical nuke, or when you're just a fucking sailor on a submarine, like you're talking, 16, 18-hour days some days when you're in port, fucking refitting shit, taking things apart, putting them back together, doing inspections, all kinds of shit. I remember the first time that I inspected one of the heat exchangers. It took me about an hour and 20 minutes to do it. Now, normally it should only take you about 30 to 45 minutes to do it. But it was the very first time I did it, and I wanted to make sure I was doing it right, and I was being supervised. So I was literally just asking all kinds of questions, using it as a learning moment. And then as soon as we got done with it, we go back up to the MDiv desk, and the other crew, the gold crew, is there, the mechanics, and my instructor, or the person who was supervising me, tells them how long it took me, and they're all like, "What the fuck, dude?" They were like, "Oh, it was his first time," and he was like asking all kinds of questions, and they were like, "Nice, good job, dude." So it went from "What the fuck is wrong with you?" to "Good job." As soon as they knew what was going on, it completely changed everything, and that's really what it boils down to. Is it's not wrong. It's really not, and this is where it gets good. Donald Trump is too guileful. Guileful. That's how you say it. He says exactly what will advance his plans with little regard for telling people what he actually thinks. I do believe this is 100% true. He alienates allies by expecting their unconditional support. True. Without sharing any of his strategic plans with any of them. Like, honestly, especially with his second administration and with regards to the tariffs, this is exactly true. Everybody has witnessed this. Exactly. Because everybody in his administration is saying like completely different shit coming out about tariffs. And he's just sitting in the back, just twiddling his thumbs, being like, yep. Because that way, anything that happens, he can just pick whatever's true, whatever works best for him, right? Because he is a New York real estate developer who thrives on winning negotiations and gaining advantage from unshared knowledge. And to do this, you must be 100% calculating and opaque. I do agree with that. It's one of the problems I have is that I do not like being this way. I am calculating, true, but I am hardly ever opaque, and I hardly ever calculate in a way that is meant to be opaque, right? It's more just because I'm an autistic nerd, I have to calculate the likelihood of the thing I'm about to say as to whether it's going to piss a bunch of people off or not. And whether or not I want to say it and have to deal with the fallout. So this is one of the reasons I like streaming, is because I can literally just stream my consciousness, and I don't really have to worry about somebody's facial expression, or I don't really have to worry about giving them room to talk. I can just literally just, I just spurge it out, and yeah. My wife has to deal with it. You can ask her one day. Because there are days where she will start talking to me about something, and then I'll talk, and then I'll talk, and I'll talk, and I'll talk, and I just will not stop. It'll just go on and on and on and on. She literally has to like put her hand on my arm to make me stop. And I'm actually doing it right now. This is one of the reasons why so many of my videos turn into, I want to talk about this for 5 to 10 minutes to like 30-minute fucking videos on YouTube, is because I'm literally just fucking ranting. Anyway, Musk worked super hard, took a great personal risk to get a head start on balancing the federal budget. He correctly believes that federal spending is an existential risk to the nation. Trump regards those savings as a political asset. This is what I think is going on with the where is it? This is what I think is going on with the fuck, did I get rid of it? I did. With the Stone Toss comic where he was using the ring. Sorry for flipping so much. With the US aid, I think this is what's going on. Trump regards those savings as an asset. And since he lacks leverage in Congress, he took them and traded them for other things he wanted. Apparently dealing with border control and the courts. Problems which he correctly believes are an existential threat to the nation. I also agree that the immigration problem and border control is an existential threat to our nation. I also agree with that. Once you get an autistic person talking about something, they like, yes, it's exactly it. And literally all you have to do to get me to stop is touch me. That's all my wife ever does. She just puts her hand on my arm, and it's like immediately like, it like stun locks me out of the autistic spurg. And then I'm like, was I talking too much? It's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, my bad. What were you going to say? And then yeah. And it's tough for her. I know it is, because I literally can't fucking help it. Like, it's really fucking hard. And it's one of the reasons why so many people think I'm weird, right? And you know, interacting personally. I was voted the most likely to be a school shooter in my high school. He may have had concrete plans for balancing the federal budget in the future, but frustratingly, he won't tell his own team what they are. Trump could have squared this in advance with Musk in private, but appears to either have assumed his loyalty, treating an ally like a subordinate. Basically, he assumed Musk would be loyal no matter what, or he was unable to persuade him. Likewise, Musk could have raised his complaints in private, but either was too upset to try or was unable to reach an agreement when he did. Trump doesn't understand how to deal with spurgs. I'm not sure I agree with that, but we're going to move on. You have to tell them the truth, not expect them to read subtext. They refuse to read subtext. They want to be spoken to honestly. I cannot fucking tell you how true this right here is. They refuse to read subtext. I have spent my entire adult life learning how to read people. So I know how to do it. The problem is forcing myself to do it. That's half the problem. Is forcing myself to do it. Because of stuff like this. I'm like that, yeah. They want to be spoken to honestly. I want to be, and this is something I tell that I have to do with my wife a lot of times. Like, you know how when people say, the Bible says? The Bible says. The Bible says. Well, people don't start with a number one. And two, the Bible is not a person. It doesn't say shit. It is written in the Bible. And once I started doing that shit, because it was really pissing me off when she did it. Once I started doing that shit to her, she started to change. It's like, so we were having so every time we have a conversation and she wants to say that, and now she says, it is written. It is written. It is written. Musk doesn't understand how to deal with Machiavellians. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Like, you gotta think he's probably had to deal with a lot of Machiavellians his entire time that he's been doing all this shit. I think it has more to do with the loyalty thing. I think that might be more what it has to do with, is that Musk threw all of his political capital in on the cuts and the Republicans in the Congress, and now Trump
have basically sacrificed that for other things, and he doesn't like that. I think that might be what's going on. Musk doesn't understand how to deal with Machiavellians. They think of language as a power tool, and think of those who insist on truth as naive. Now that is true. This is why a lot of like SJW types and the woke and progressives and all this is what they do. This is exactly how they use language. This is why they say black people can't be racist. It's not because they don't believe that black people can't be discriminatory and racist towards white people. It's that they have changed the definition of racism to include power dynamics that are amorphous and hard to pin down and all that other stuff, obviously, because if you could pin them down, then you could analyze them and call them on their bullshit, but, that's... And so this is one of the reasons why that book, SJWs Always Lie, was so popular, is because they do always lie. And I use SJW as a specific pejorative because that's exactly what these people do. They use linguistic jujitsu to get you to agree with them when you literally do not, by basically changing the definition ever so slightly of simple words. So again, racism being the primary example, women cannot be sexist to men because men have all the power and have had all the power in the past, which is not true. And that we live in a patriarchy, which is not true. And that we used to live in a patriarchy, which is technically not true. And the reason I say all that is because patriarchy is essentially just like flat earth. It's a conspiracy theory designed to basically elicit a certain reaction from you. So to say that we lived in a patriarchal system, well, that was probably true. Very, in fact. But to say that it was a patriarchy is not true. Because if it was a system designed to the benefit of all men, then almost all men would have benefited from it. But we know that's not true. So, anyway, they think of language as a power tool. They do. And I do believe Trump does this, exactly. Dude, he does it all the fucking time. This is why he repeats himself. Every time he's on screen, he continues to say the same dumb shit over and over again because he knows that's how you get it. That's how you get things stuck in people's brains. It's a conspiracy theory for educated liberals. I would say it's a conspiracy theory for educated progs. And I use prog as a pejorative too, because I consider myself a progressive. They're fake progressives. Because I am a liberal. Right? And I am college educated. I just don't have a degree. And there are plenty of liberals who don't believe in patriarchy. Because what actually is a liberal? What's someone who believes in liberal ideals of freedom and democracy, right? So if you are a liberal, you should believe in the First Amendment. You should believe in things like the Second Amendment, for instance, as well. The Fourth and Fifth, the Eighth. All of these things are great. Right? This is why most Republicans are technically liberals, because they believe in the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the Eighth, right? And equality under the law, that we shouldn't have slavery, right? When I say educated liberals, I also mean gender studies. Bingo! You've hit it on the nail, baby! Not really of any use, but it's technically an education, yes. And you hit the nail on the head with that one. It's motherfuckers who get useless fucking degrees or have useless gender studies is Marxism. That's communism. It's Marxism, the philosophy behind communism, repackaged from economics to race, gender, and sex politics. So if you took the basically worldview of communists and put it into gender politics, that's what you get. You get gender studies. If you take it and you put Marxist communist bullshit into race politics, you get woke shit. You get the SJWs. You get gender studies. This is what you get. It's basically the simple worldview that is so dumb that only educated fucking morons could believe it. That there are groups of people that are oppressors, and there are groups of people that are being oppressed. And that the oppressors will always oppress and have no redeeming qualities, and therefore you can do anything you want to them up to and including raping and killing them. And the oppressed are all redeeming qualities, no negative qualities, and the oppressed can do anything they want to their oppressors, including rape, including murder, including theft, and they are still good boys. That is a Marxist worldview. Oppressors, oppressed, and the oppressed can do anything they want to the oppressor, no matter what it is. This is why so many of them support Hamas. Like the Palestine conflict is the ultimate escalation of the communist worldview into woke politics. It's basically the Palestinians have been so oppressed that when Hamas turns around and not only butchers and harms their own people to the point where if you express disdain for Hamas, they will murder you and your family and torture you. And all of the fucking SJW wokey types are, shh. You cannot criticize how they fight their oppressors. Even if they're killing their own people, you can't criticize how they fight their oppressors. The difference between a terrorist and a military, the difference between terrorism and military action is twofold. It's intentionally targeting civilians. That's number one. And number two, war crimes. So if you intentionally target civilians with military action, that's terrorism. Also, if you rape and pillage while you're doing it, that's also terrorism. Or war crimes if you're an actual military. So watching them wearing hijabs and coffins is so funny to me. Yes, it is. It is absolutely hilarious. Okay, so back to reality. Machiavellians absolutely do this. This is like I said, this is one of the reasons why the SJW wokey types, this is what they do. Many of them are not Machiavellians, but this is how they've been programmed in their education with Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky and what's that fucking fascist? What's his fucking name? Gramsci. That's his name. Who basically they basically laid down the groundwork for how to subvert a democracy using Marxist thought and using Marxist praxis and all that other shit, basically. Right? It's the same thing they did in the civil rights era by, they get a bunch of black people together and they'd all eat beans and then they'd go sit in the black seating and they're all farting the entire time during this like symphony or whatever. So all the highfalutin white people leave because it smells bad. But there's nothing you can't arrest people for having flatulence, right? Like this is a way you undermine society, undermine the strength of society by doing something that is not technically illegal, but technically violates the rule of politeness in society. This is how we got the civil rights change and all this other stuff. This is peaceful resistance. The problem is that it doesn't really work when you have a legitimate government. When your government is legit and it actually does treat mostly everybody the same within reason, then these subversive tactics don't work and they got to be upped. They got to keep going. This is why they keep doing the things that they do. This is why shit like the Chaz came up and all this other stuff is because they have to continue to subvert society. Even if they like, think about it like this. When I talked about pride, they won. We got gay marriage, but they won't stop. They keep going and they keep using the same subversive tactics, but now they're using it on a legitimate government that is no longer oppressing them. And they do think that those who insist on truth is naive. I really despise this myself, the fact that these people think like this, because the truth will set you free. I try my best to tell the truth as much as possible. It's really hard, but I have made a commitment to not lying. If I don't want to answer something because just for whatever reason, I'm not going to lie. I'm just not going to answer it till the pendulum swings back. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't really know how that's going to work out because it's so weird about how the pendulum has swung so far. So, you know what I mean? Both men are used to being in charge and are used to dealing with subordinates who must cater to their preferred style of communicating. They are both, therefore, uniquely unsuited to having both the patience and the capability to speak the other's language. The truth is that the federal budget and the federal bureaucracy are existential threats to America. I would say yes and no. we need to lower the deficit. We absolutely need to get that under control, but we still need to have one. Okay? We can't, like, the way our monetary system works, we cannot operate without one, but it doesn't need to be that goddamn big. And the federal bureaucracy, I absolutely agree with, because you have people in this bureaucracy, like, it doesn't matter which president is in office. If they can obscure what's going on in their departments, then the president has literally no power. He can't do his job. Like, they literally did this in Trump's first term in Afghanistan. I think it was Afghanistan, where the dude in charge of that area lied to the president about the troops that were there. So to keep the troops there, because he wanted to pull them out. And they lied to the president of the United States about this so that the troops would stay there. That is exactly, the federal bureaucracy is an existential threat to America. Now, you could say, oh, they're protecting our interests and all that. Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that the president is the commander-in-chief, not the bureaucratic subordinates. And the bureaucratic subordinates literally usurped the power of the president to keep this thing going on. Now, imagine someone did that for very nefarious purposes. You'd lose your goddamn mind. Somebody started a fucking war by lying to the president of the United States about troops being somewhere when he was going to pull them out, when he agreed to pull them out, or maybe he told a foreign leader he was going to pull them out for, like, good relations, and then that dude lied and they didn't get pulled out, and then it causes, like, an international catastrophe and fucking a war gets started. That motherfucker's head would be on a goddamn pike. Oh, but because he did it to Trump, then it's okay. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. Trump's concerns about the art of the possible are probably valid, but Musk's sense of urgency should not be dismissed lightly. I do agree with this. I do agree that his sense of urgency should not be dismissed. We need to lower the deficit. It's churlish to leverage the superior strengths and talents of people on autism spectrum while making zero allowances for their unique needs. I would agree with that as well. That said, Spurs can be frustratingly dogmatic. I don't think I've ever heard a truer fucking statement. And when they aren't, even when they aren't the richest and most powerful man in the world. Yeah. Few other things to notice. The Democrats have said nothing. That is because there are no Democrats. They have no independent intellectuals, only paid shills. I don't know about all that. A response will not be forthcoming until the wholly organic grassroots PR committees have met. That might be true. And the wholly grassroots talking heads have been cut a wholly organic grassroots check. There's also a strong case to be made for Team Nothing Ever Happens. Remember that Musk will sometimes shut up when he calms down, and Trump has no problem calling someone the Antichrist one day and working with him the next. So it is entirely possible that we get this spurg out, they fight a little bit, and then they smooth things over. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. Stand by. Right. Ugh. So, there we go. The thing with Elon is he willing to lose a ton of money just to spite people? Yeah, he has so much fuck you money, it's not even funny. Like, here's the funny thing, man. I'm not rich by any means. But because of the way my life is and how it works, if somebody, like, fucked me over in private life and I had legal recourse to, like, sue them and make their life a living hell, I absolutely would. Because I have nothing better to do with my life other than take care of my children and stream. So it's one of those things. It's like you need to be careful with who you fuck with. Because in some places, you fuck with somebody and you end up dead. You step on somebody's shoes and don't apologize, they shoot you because they don't give a fuck about going to jail. Or you find an autistic retard like me who literally holds a grudge for a long, long time. Now I am trying to be like not like that because, you know, it's not good for you. But it is one of those things that I do believe in justice. And I'm not going to do something like that. I would never do that to somebody who I didn't think truly deserved it. It's like Matt, if you slighted me and you apologized and I thought it was sincere, there'd be nothing more about it. I'm not gonna take a slight and take it to like the extreme, the extreme end unless it's necessary. Which is why I've never had to do any of that. The thing with Elon is, or if he believes it's the right thing to do, whatever the principle is. I do think that Elon is trying to do the right thing, and I also think Trump, in his own way, is trying to do what he thinks is best. And I really think that this post is a very interesting insight into the two men and how they're interacting with one another. Now, there are a lot of people who say, I've heard some people say, "Oh, this might be scripted" or something like that. That shit never happens, dude. Like, anybody who thinks that there are like large conspiracies really don't exist, right? Most conspiracies can't stay secret beyond 5 people. And one of the main reasons is because somebody always wants to be a hero, right? And especially if you're dealing with Machiavellian motherfuckers in a conspiracy, if they think they can fuck you over and make themselves look like a hero, they might do it. So it's why I like things like flat earth and all this other shit where it requires like the governments working together and all this other nonsense just doesn't make any fucking sense. And it's one of these deals where until Elon said the thing about the Epstein files. Exactly. But the whole scripted thing, it's like, how should I put this? Most of this stuff is not scripted at all. Maybe the stuff with JD Vance asking Zelensky to say sorry, that might have been scripted, as in him and Trump may have had a conversation before the meeting being like, hey, I need you to play hardball on him so I can, or I need you to, be an extra asshole to him so that when I'm an asshole to him, it doesn't look as bad, right? But that would be like the extent of the performance. You get what I'm saying? It's like, I need you to play this role so I can play this role. You know what I'm saying? Or potentially, rather than like telling him directly, Trump might make some vague statement about how JD needs to go hard on him, right? Something like that. And that way Trump can play, not so bad cop while JD plays bad cop. Maybe that was scripted, and scripted as in one of you has a role and you're told that. That's it, right? That's as much scripting as I think ever goes on in like the government when we're talking about these things. Like a game plan. Yeah, there you go. Like it's not like football where everybody has their place and everybody has to do the exact thing. It's more like soccer, where everybody has their place on the field. You're a midfielder, you're a striker, you're a defense, you're a goalie, and then you kind of just fumble fucking around, right? That's kind of what I'm saying. It's more like soccer than it is like American football, where you go left, I'll go right. There you go. Mm-hmm, exactly. And that's about it. So, because in American football, like everybody's place can change. Even if you are a receiver, you can like do this or do that. And, everything is strategic. Whereas in soccer, it's just kind of like whatever the fuck happens on the field, right? There's strategy to it, but it's not the same way as it is in football, obviously. And I think it's a lot more like soccer, as in everybody has their role to play, and you kind of just play it as it comes, right? And maybe the coach is like, hey, when this happens, do this, and or switch to this role or something like that, right? I'm explaining it way the fuck too much. I need to stop. I'm autistically spurging out. So, okay, I think I broke it. All right, so one of the I actually forgot what I was going to say about that. Is the whole like even if they were trying to like stuff like this is almost never scripted, and like it's cool to say that that this kind of thing could be scripted. It's entirely possible that him and Elon had a spat and they were like, you know what, we should make this public. Like, imagine they're having a conversation. They're arguing over this. You got JD in there. You got the fucking Miller, the bald guy. You got fucking the guy from fucking Ice in there. And they're all fucking screaming at one another. And Elon is like losing his fucking mind. Ah! And it's like, maybe we should do this in public. And everybody looks at Trump and is like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, what if Elon spurgs out in public and starts fucking doing all kinds of crazy shit? And everybody's like, but why? Well, it would show Elon is principled in his stance about this thing, and it would also show that Trump is principled in his stance about taking care of immigration and getting shit done and having to make political sacrifices. And that they disagree on these, and they're not just going to suck each other's dicks. So if you were to say that this were scripted, that would be what you'd want to do, right? And this right here is very telling. Very telling, right here. Trump has no problem calling someone the Antichrist one day and working with them the next. He did this exactly with fucking Elon. When they started their bromance, how many of the freaking blue team news stations were all about showing clips of Trump shit talking Elon and Elon shit talking Trump? Every single one of them. But it ends up making them both look bad. Yes, it does. Unless there's some kind of like thing at the end of the tunnel where this is going to make them look better. The reason I say that is because, especially if you're playing to your base, you don't give a fuck what your opposition thinks because they already fucking think you're a Nazi, right? So fuck them. It's more about what your base thinks and about what the middle thinks. And so this is why I don't think that it's scripted, is because it's so incendiary and it's so explosive that it doesn't look good for anybody. And maybe in the future it will, because the news cycles happen so fast and people forget things so quickly that it may end up, they may be having a fight, they may be talking shit about one another, and then maybe they come to a conclusion. Maybe something happens with the bill, and then Elon, comes back into the fold. Maybe not like fully into the fold, but, shuts the fuck up and it's like, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. I really wanted to do the deficit shit, but if it gets the things that make America safer, we can work on the budget again. Whatever. I don't know, dude. But again, this is why I don't think it's scripted, is because this is way too incendiary and it could be blown way out of proportion, which is why you never script things like this, because it could blow up in your face so easily. So they do it to appear more honest in the long run. If it was scripted, that would be what the idea would be behind it, because there's been a lot of sentiment from people, including myself, to where I like seeing the people in our government acting normal and arguing with one another. Like when you're in session in Congress, of course you're supposed to maintain decorum. It's about the Congress, that's fine. But when you're out of Congress and you're out of all that bullshit and you're talking on Twitter, or you're fucking talking in front of a camera or whatever, and it's not some like official thing necessarily, why should we, as the American public who elect these assholes, why should we not get the true and unfiltered thing that's going on there? Why are they not that way? Why are they all fake? Well, it's because for the longest time, politicians had to be fake. Like for the longest time, if you weren't a fucking baby angel, then you couldn't get elected president. You know how much shit they gave fucking George W. Bush for being a weekend warrior? And he was in the fucking military. And they still gave him shit for it. So I don't know what's to gain here, but the right already think both are well and honest. Again, that's why I'm saying it's probably not scripted, right? There's too many incendiary variables going on here that could just blow up in everybody's face, and nobody would benefit from it, right? So I don't think it's actually scripted. This is why I push back against that. It's just I am running through the thought process of, if we lived in the universe, like this is basically how I think about almost everything. We live in a universe, right? And there are multiple possibilities that exist within this universe that could be true, right? Like superposition, not superposition, that's wrong. Basically, no, I think it is superposition actually. Anyway, what I'm talking about is that there are a multitude of different possibilities that could exist. Actually, I don't have it up, do I? Un momento. So, there are a multitude of possibilities that exist in our universe. Okay, there we go. Right, this is our universe. And then there are a multitude. And then there are a multitude of possibilities that could exist in this universe. Right? What we need to do is we need to figure out which universe we actually live in. Which one of these possibilities is our prime universe, right? And so if we live in the universe where this is staged, then I want to run through the thought process of how that actually works out in our universe, right? So if they are doing it on purpose, the whole point of that is just to run through like how people would act, how people think, what would be the reasons behind it, and whether or not it makes sense that would be the reality of the situation. And then a lot of times, one of the ways you can tell that it's not staged is that if you literally were to say, okay, we live in the universe where it's staged. So let's be Trump, let's be Elon, let's be everybody else, and let's run through the simulation of we live in the universe where they're doing this on purpose for whatever reason, right? Going through all of those reasons allows you to create a checklist, and then eventually you'll run into at least a few of them that just don't make fucking sense. And these are the reasons why not staged, right? It's the same with the universe where it is not staged, right? What is the thought process behind everything that's going on, right? We read that Twitter. We read all this, and it makes a lot of sense, right? It runs through some of the possibilities that are going on right here, right? And so most of them make sense, and only like one or two of them are possibly no, right? And so all of this right here makes way more sense than this does over here. And this is how I view reality. This is exactly how my brain works. And so each one of these up here is its own unique possibility that may exist within our universe. Many of them are mutually exclusive. Some of them are not. It's entirely possible that we exist in a universe where we exist in this universe right here in the middle, where it's both staged and not staged at the same time. Where Elon and Trump could have done a thing where it's like, or potentially Trump, along with one of his other administrators, who potentially gave Elon a black eye, are negging Elon on the entire time. What is that? What is this? Oh, it's my mic. They were negging Elon the entire time to make him spurg the fuck out. So in that universe, it is staged, but it's only being staged by one of the individuals. Maybe Trump wanted him to do this. Maybe he wanted him to fucking pull back and do all the crazy shit he's doing to distance himself or to some other reason, right? There could be some, other like Machiavellian bullshit where this is staged, where there's 3 more universes over here where staged is in the thing, but they're both not a part of it. You know what I'm saying? What surprised me is how fast both men escalated to level 11. Yeah. Well, it's because they are. They're both. Superposition is when a particle can be equally predicted to be in 2 or more states, even given perfect information with predict. Thus, the actual state of the particle is indeterminate, superposed until it is observed in its post-state change. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the universe in superposition. Well, I was correct. This is the universe in superposition. All of these possibilities exist. They're all within the realm of possibility that could happen. Like in our reality, all of these things could happen, but which one actually did based on the evidence that we have? And if we don't have that evidence, well, what do we do next? Well, we run back through the simulation and we look at how people act, how they react, and we run through the possible scenarios in which these people are doing all these possibilities and see if they line up with how they're acting in public, how they're acting in private, and the other information that's coming out based on it, right? But maybe he didn't expect him to go so far, so hard, so fast. Yeah, exactly. So we could be in the universe right here where Trump did it to trigger the fuck out of him, but he did not expect him to blow the fuck up. And so we're actually on an alternate timeline over here where it's also not staged for Elon and it's just blowing the fuck up all over the place, all over our timeline. But like I said, that's how my brain works. So every single thing that happens in the world, I view as a list of it's just like with things like patriarchy or flat earth. You could do the same exact thing with this. Like with patriarchy, all you have to do is say, well, if that universe exists, then A, B, and C must be true for that to exist. If A, B, or C is not true, then patriarchy does not exist. Simple, easy, done. It's the same thing with most scientific things as well. The Big Bang hypothesis is a big one. How many times have you seen scientific articles that say, oh, this new discovery has torn asunder our knowledge of the universe, and now we have to completely reevaluate everything from the drawing board? But then they don't. All they do is they ad hoc it into the Big Bang hypothesis and make it even more robust than it is. And one of the easiest ways you determine this is predictability, right? The Big Bang hypothesis has not been able to predict, like, what is it, like 70 or 80% of the crazy things that we found in the universe, right? And the reason is because it's an incomplete hypothesis. So it could entirely be true that the universe has an origin and it is, the cosmic background radiation and all that other stuff is the product of that. Or it could be that we are misinterpreting all the data and the Big Bang theory is simply another creation myth created by scientists who wanted to view the universe through a more religious lens, not necessarily religious, but it fits into that like dichotomy. Like most religions have a creation myth where the earth and the universe were created by their creator God. And so this just kind of aligns with that. In fact, the inventor of the Big Bang theory said that. Or the Big Bang hypothesis said that specifically that it aligns with that. So I get exactly what you mean, but technically it's not a superposition as you do not have perfect information. Yes, of course. It's not a direct one. Yeah, obviously, you are correct. But it's based on the information that we have, right? This is why we have to run through possibilities and all this other stuff. So fair enough on your criticism, but I still say that I used it correctly simply because it's never meant to be used outside of quantum physics. Right? So using it as an analogy for everyday things, we can never have perfect information. So to the point, Amazing Barrel, if your qualification is that nothing could be superposition without perfect information, then superposition just doesn't exist because we can never have perfect information. It's impossible. You cannot track every particle in the universe. It is impossible because the machine to do so would have to be bigger than the universe itself. So therefore, superposition does not exist based on the logic that you just provided. I'm going to take a break. I hope I broke your brains. I'm going to go grab some coffee. And then I think we're going to get into some video games. I think that's what we're going to get into. I do. So I will be right back. Again, you were doing it, but I got to spurg it too. Of course. Spurg away, my friend. Spurg away. That was just me spurging it back to you. I'll be right back, boys. Stay tuned. Shoggoth Division. It's GG. GG. Division. I can spell. I don't know how to spell. That's not it. That's not it there, Chief. Okay, so yeah. Same name. Bada bang. Division. Alrighty, boys. Yes, indeed. Amazing Pearl. The Spurgeoning has arrived. Yes. I do love it, man. I've been having a great time today. I want to thank you guys very much for being here. You guys are so fucking awesome. And, dude, there's so much shit to talk about. Including stuff like this. I don't know how much I agree with all this, but it does say something about the individuals that I do like Rand Paul, for instance. And we're just gonna go over this real quick. Trump deserves credit. Border crossings are down 99%. That is a promise kept. I mean, it's amazing that that's happened, and we're getting all the deportations, regardless of all the fucksticks, claiming the fucking we live in Nazi Germany. They can fuck right off. Like it's as simple as this. You're an illegal alien. Leave. Not hard. It's not hard. You. How much did you pay to get here? How hard did you work to get here? I'm sure you can find a way to get the fuck out. But Americans didn't vote for the status quo with a red tie. The CBO says the big beautiful bill adds 3 to 5 trillion to our debt. That's not transformation. That's business as usual. The pushback from Elon, Rand Paul, and Thomas Massie is exactly what leadership looks like. I would say that's mostly true. Yes. They're doing what Democrats failed to do with Biden, speaking truth to power. Sure. I mean, there were quite a few people who did talk shit to Biden, but it was more on a few things rather than the fact that he was, brain-addled. Remember when no Democrat would admit Biden was mentally unfit? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Or that open borders were dangerous? Real allies tell hard truth. Trump promised to drain the swamp, not refinance it. His supporters pushing back aren't traitors. They're trying to save his presidency from becoming another debt-fueled disappointment. This is democracy working. Now, while I don't necessarily agree with, like I said, all of this bullshit, the direction in which he's going with it is absolutely true. If you had someone who is your ally, who is a good ally, they will tell you exactly what they think. Truthfully. And if they think you're making a mistake, they will fucking tell you. And especially in politics, they will do so publicly. Especially if they are in a different branch of government. And I would imagine that they've told this to him privately, and he didn't want to listen. So, yeah. This is one of those things where it's like, like, especially when it comes to Rand Paul, he's been a hawk on government spending since he got into the Senate. Just like his dad was in the House of Representatives, he is a hawk on how much money the government spends. And I absolutely love it, because we really need to stop wasting fucking money. We need to spend money on things that matter, right? Because here's the thing, man. Most people, including myself, do not care about having to pay taxes so long as the money that is being taxed actually fixes the shit that's supposed to fix and maintain the things it's supposed to maintain. When I pay my taxes, property taxes to Nashville, Tennessee, I expect my roads not to be fucking pot-filled. I expect the community centers to not be fucking dilapidated, right? I expect the dog parks to not be overgrown with weeds. I expect the greenways in the parks to be mowed and to be maintained. That is what our taxes are supposed to pay for. I expect the fucking homeless not to be fucking camped out in the goddamn park. That's what we pay police for. Now, even though Nashville has a very progressive mayor, for the most part, Nashville and Tennessee are run relatively well. We don't need to get into that. Like let me spurg a little bit here. So we have a very progressive school system in Nashville. You know what I'm talking about. With all the teachers, with all the degrees, and they're trained in all this other bullshit. And yet, when my daughter, who is autistic and has ADHD, we put her into school, and we would do the IEPs, we did all the things, and they even praised us of how involved we were when most parents just weren't as involved as we were with all the stuff that they needed to do for that. This is one of the most progressive places in our entire state. Progressive school system, progressive school, about with all the understanding and caring and all that other horse shit. But then the moment my daughter doesn't do what the teachers want in the way that they want, they treat her like ass. They use her sensory room as punishment and don't let her go when she needs it. Right? Like sending her home for bullshit. Like she had a pimple on her side and they said it could be MRSA and they sent her home for that. And it's like, so when I hear about all this bullshit that they spout about love and understanding, I know it's all bullshit. Because the same people that said all that shit and talk that talk cannot walk that walk in my own personal life. Right? These are the people who went to school, had gender, all the bullshit. And yet when there is a child who's completely within their power, who is, part of that oppressed class, who is, mentally deficient in certain ways and requires special attention and requires special understanding, they can't do it. It's all empty virtue signaling. All it is. And so I wouldn't mind so much my property taxes being as high as they are if I didn't have to homeschool my kids to make sure that they were fucking taken care of okay. Because now she's doing way better than she ever did in regular school. Because we actually can take the time to teach her how to do these things. Like, she was barely learning math in school. Like, this is crazy. My kid is smart. She really is. I taught her how to do fucking algebra in kindergarten using question marks. Not that fucking hard. And the teachers couldn't understand why they couldn't get her to pay attention. It's like, because you're not giving her what she needs. That's why. You're putting her in a class with like 30 other kids who are being loud and obnoxious, and what do you think she's going to do? She's going to fucking spurg out. Anyway, sorry to get out on that. But it is one of these things where one, this needs to happen. Two, saying that Democrats don't do this is not true. They actually do. Swing left, it's just rarely do they swing left in any productive way. Usually, when the left is criticizing the left, it's usually ultra progressives screaming about how they're not going to vote for Kamala because she's a genocider in chief. Right? That's basically what it boils down to. Kind of deal. And the funny thing is that the left is that the blue team says the same exact things about the right. About how they never swing to the right, about how they never criticize one another, blah, 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 blah. Like, both teams are so full of shit, it's not even funny. And I'm really glad that at least Rand Paul is there doing this. And here's the thing. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But I do know that we're going to get more fighting. We're going to get more bullshit. And Elon basically shat all over Trump with the Epstein list. Now, is Trump implicated in the Epstein files? I probably would say no to that. I don't think he's in the Epstein files. Where the fuck was it? I don't think he's implicated badly in the Epstein files, because if he was, then most likely they would have never fucking talked about it. Yeah, here it is. It's literally below the one I had it on. Yeah, and it's the color of the tie doesn't matter. If it's worn by the same kind of politician. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's at least with the border, Trump has been keeping his promise. Like, he shut down the border. Border crossings are down all over the board. The only people that are coming across now are actual criminals trying to subvert through the border, right? The tunnels and the MS-13 and all them other motherfuckers, the cartels and whatnot. So that's great. I love that. I love that. But that doesn't mean everything he's doing is good, especially with the tariffs, because it's creating such crazy shit, right? Because here's the thing. We don't really know how it's going to shake out with the tariffs. We don't. You know, Elon is probably right. It could cause a recession. That's entirely true. But we could get some shit on the flop swing that makes that go away, right? If we're about to enter a recession, but the economy takes off because fucking AI robots take over the fucking economy and everybody gets a UBI, does anybody really give a fuck? Of course, that's not going to happen, but that's not what my point is that even if such a thing were true and it were going to happen, there could be things that could offset it. In fact, I think the only thing that's going to save us is automation and AI as far as like our deficit, if we don't get it under control, because it's the only thing that could potentially exponentially increase production. This is one of the reasons why I think the United States needs to lead space. We literally need to spend more money going to space and building infrastructure so that we can get stuff out of space. And the reason we need to do that is because it will make so much fucking money it's not even funny. Right? The space industry is just uncapped. Uncapped. It's complete, like it will go to the fucking sky and break the fucking ceiling. It'll demolish the clouds and go straight to the fucking moon. If we set it up, if we do it. And we could if we wanted to. If we really, really wanted to. And I think it's probably the only thing that's going to really save us is if we capitalize on those. And it's because of the debt. And if we don't do it, China sure the fuck will. And I much prefer America as the United States of America as the hegemon of the world rather than China. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with this. I'm waiting with bated breath to see how the whole Epstein thing is going to roll out. Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents 80% of the middle? Let's see what people say. Yes. 4 million votes. That's what it feels like, ain't it? But the thing about it is that just like we read in that last post, he says he has a plan to cut spending, sure, but it's a political tool. If you can literally trade that for other things, right? He could break his promise on the border and then cut spending, right? Because we could take all that money out of ICE and all the money out of the rest of the government. He could do that, but he's not going to. Anyway, crying using $1 million tissue. Lovely. Okay, so there is one other thing I wanted to do. I wanted to talk about. Right. Where was it? Razor Fist defending freaking Trump on FTL list. Yeah, so this is something I should have talked about at the beginning. Pride Month, the number of companies using LGBTQ themed profile pictures has dropped 400%. 400%. All right, I think we'll probably talk about that tomorrow. That's more video games, fantasy stuff. Okay, so I am going to take another little break, and we're gonna switch over to. Oh wait, no. A 16-year-old was suspended for 3 days after using the term illegal alien in an English assignment because it is offensive and disrespectful. Let's read, shall we? Oh, God, that brightness. A 16-year-old student, North Carolina, was suspended for 3 days after using the term illegal alien during a vocabulary assignment in his English class. The teacher who assigned the vocabulary words, including the word alien, the child asked in response to the teacher, is that like space aliens or illegal aliens without green cards? And according to an email description of the incident sent to local officials shared with Carolina Journal, the young man in class took offense to this question and reportedly threatened to fight him, prompting the teacher to call an assistant principal. So I'd like to point out that the child that made threats of violence, nothing seems to happen to that child. But the child that said a thing that was taken but it was taken as offensive and prompted violent threats, that person was punished. Ultimately, his words were deemed by administrative staff to be offensive and disrespectful to classmates who are Hispanic. So I would like to point out that the administrative staff is fucking racist. So, where is this? South Carolina? This is in South Carolina? Central Davidson High School in Lexington, North Carolina. So, the administrative staff, let me say that again. The administrative staff of Central Davidson High School in Lexington, North Carolina is fucking racist. Because saying the word illegal alien is offensive and disrespectful to classmates who are Hispanic. You're racist, bros. You're fucking racist. You're absolutely, unapologetically pieces of fucking shit. I'm just going to let that sit for a minute. To those who are Hispanic. Okay, so for those who don't understand why this is racist, allow me to explain. If I say the word illegal alien, what does that mean? It means an alien to the United States of America that is here illegally, which means they do not have permission to be here according to the United States government. So when you picture an illegal alien, it could be any race around the world. You could be an illegal alien from Germany. You could be the whitest motherfucker from Scandinavia and be an illegal alien. But no, they immediately took it as a racist comment, meaning that when they hear illegal alien, they think Hispanic, meaning they're fucking racist. They're discriminating against Hispanic people because they only see Hispanics as illegal aliens. I didn't make a statement directed toward anyone. I asked a question, said the student. I wasn't speaking of Hispanics because everyone from other countries needs green cards, and the term illegal alien is an actual term that I hear on the news and can find in the fucking dictionary. It is actually a legal term, in fact, used by the United States government. In addition to the 3-day suspension, his record could be damaged as he aims to secure an athletic scholarship for college. He's actively involved in school clubs, track, and cross country. Yeah, they were gonna like put it on his fucking his record that he was racist. Like, seriously? Because our son was disciplined and given 3 days out of school suspension for racism. He is devastated and concerned that the racism label on his school record, so they put racism on his school fucking record for asking a question about the word alien and whether it meant illegal alien or space alien. They put it on his fucking record. Remember when I told you about SJWs? I told you about woke people? They use language for power. This is how they get you to comply. They brown nose into bureaucratic positions, and then they abuse the least of us. This is how you can tell someone's character, is how they treat people who they have power over. If you have power over somebody and you mistreat them, that makes you a bad person. That means you have low moral character. That means you have low moral character. So, Lee said the assistant principal has so far refused to remove the infraction from her son's record. The family is working with an attorney to redeem the situation so it doesn't harm his future. This is about policies getting involved with the blah, blah, blah. They said they would not provide details, and the student handbook says that the school may place restrictions on students' right to free speech if the speech is obscene, abusive, or promote illegal drug use, or reasonably expected to cause substantial disruption to the school day. What I want to know is why the student who threatened violence didn't get punished. Threatening violence is illegal. Like literally, it's illegal. You go to jail for threatening violence. And the student who threatened violence isn't being punished at all, even a little bit. But the guy who said illegal alien got racist written on his school record. This, like I said, this just proves that the administrators of this place are racist fuck. Racist as fuck. Because if they weren't, they wouldn't automatically think Hispanics. You would not automatically think Hispanic when you think illegal alien. And they take it as a racist thing because all they see is racism everywhere. Racism is just infused in their brains. Like, you got to remember, like SJWs, the wokies, these would be the people in the Klan back in the day. You got to remember that, right? These are the kind of people that would be in the Klan because this is how they acted. And as much as I dislike using libs of TikTok for fucking anything, North Carolina teen who was suspended for school using the term illegal alien in class will receive $20,000 in a public apology from the Davidson County Board of Education after they falsely accused him of racial bias. I want the administrator who did this to him to be punished. That is what I care about. The money's fine, whatever. The administrator and the people who made this decision need to be fucking fired. They're all fucking racists, and they need to be out of your school system. Everyone has to be as racist because I am. Yes, that is exactly how they think. Everybody must be so racist. I see racism here, so he must be a racist. But that's because they see racism everywhere. That's all they fucking think about. Settlement payments. Defendants by and through their insured carrier and in exchange and releases, blah, 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 agree to pay a total amount of $20,000 to fully and finally complete and resolve litigation. Where does it say he gets an apology? Settlement. Upon execution. Yeah, they'll provide a check to the insurer, blah, 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 blah. Let's see, what's the next one? Parties agree the following statement will be provided to any third party seeking comment. So, are pleased to announce a settlement that allow the family in our school to move forward after the incident that while the board maintains the disciplinary action imposed was appropriate due to class disruption caused by the comment at issue, the board apologizes for the mischaracterization of racial bias arising from Christian's comments and will remove any reference to racial bias or race or racial bias as a motive for the comments from his educational record. I disagree with this appropriate for class disruption. Like, fuck you. The reason the class got disrupted is because some other asshole was also a fucking racist piece of shit and took it as racism and threatened violence on this child, and you did nothing. One child threatened violence against another, and you punished the one that was being threatened. How about a big bowl of go fuck yourself? The board also acknowledges the inappropriate response to this matter by a sitting member. Good. That member has taken accountability for their actions and has privately apologized to the family. Honestly, I would not make this private. This needs to be posted on TikTok, or not on TikTok, on Twitter, of you apologizing directly to the kid's face. But apparently they agreed to this, so that's just what I think. This is the type, like, you want to know what is gonna make more people racist? It's shit like this. It's absolutely shit like this. Because I guarantee you, if he wasn't white, this would have never happened. You think if he were black, this would have happened? You think they'd have punished a black kid with suspension for saying the word illegal alien and putting that fact that he's racist on his thing? No, it's because he's white. Like, it makes me so fucking angry sometimes. Because again, you can just see it. You know they wouldn't do this. Again, what did I say? You can't be racist to white people if you're black. That's how these people think. Anybody who thinks the term illegal alien is a racist comment also probably believes that you can't be racist to black people, or that, excuse me, black people can't be racist to white people. So, ipso facto, if we run this through the simulator, if this kid were black, this wouldn't even be a news story. Nothing would have happened. That would have been it. So not only are they racist because they believe that that illegal alien means Hispanic, they're also racist against white people because only white people can be racist. And they automatically assume racism, most likely because of his skin color. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that, boys. My daughter made a bunch of noise. I needed to go check out what was going on. Everything's fine. Everything's just hunky-dory. The house is not burning down, I promise. Anyway, so yeah, it really does feel like all of this is just because the administrators are just out and out racists. Right? Why would you assume the term illegal alien is racist and that he's being racist on top of it and that he meant it as a racist thing? Right? Why would you assume that? Because again, we know that in the philosophy of the woke, if you're black or non-white, you can't be racist to white people, right? That's how it works. You don't have the systematic power to be racist. So if a black person had said this, would it have still been racist? Would they have still been suspended for racism? Would their record be marked as racist? Oh my God, you're so fucking pathetic. Un momento, por favor. I need to. Yeah, thanks for being an asshole. Appreciate you. Go fuck yourself. Thanks. Don't come back. Okay. Fucking bots. Why can't I do it from here? Anyway, so yeah, it's just like I said, it's just like if you this is why I try to do this is why I explained earlier about how I view reality, is because how many different trains of reality are you on that you, or which part of reality are you in where this is not only a racist comment, but again, if the kid were of a different race, would this have been handled the same? And it's like anybody who thinks illegal alien is racist just because of somebody saying illegal alien, especially asking in this way, anybody who thinks that, let me see, where is it? His words were deemed by administrative staff to be offensive and disrespectful to classmates who are Hispanic. So if that's your worldview, then you're essentially just fucking SJW, you're woke, you're all this stupid fucking prog gender studies horseshit. So therefore, right, I know what you like, I pretty much know what you believe if you believe this. So why would we not infer that they're also racist against white people? These people right here are being racist against this child. Because again, if he were of a different race, would this have happened? And I don't think it would. Because in their worldview, if he were not white, he couldn't be racist. He would be colorist. That's what they call it. Colorism. No, asshole, it's just racist. You're just being racist. Now, if it's somebody of your own race and you're making fun of them because of the lightness or darkness of their skin, yeah, I could see that. And it does happen. It absolutely does. Because like in places like, like India and a few other places, the lighter your skin, the higher your class, all that dumb shit. All right, so I think we're going to switch over to some Void War. That's right. In fact, we're just going to do it right here. We're doing it live, boys. We're doing it live. Are you ready? I'm ready. Ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. I need to play Dark Heresy again. Or not Dark Heresy. Dark Tide. Oh my God. What is it called? It's Rogue Trader. That's what it is. Dark Heresy is a new game that Owlcat is putting out. I'm really hoping they have AI voice actors. Like, please. Or somebody invent me an AI voice actor app where I can hook it to the game and have it just read for me. Let's do that. Alrighty, boys. The war for the void has come. Indubitably. All I need to do is change a fuse. We'll be right back at it. Our campaign before it releases. Anyone here is interested? Hell yeah, dude. I played Dark Heresy. Was it with Shogs and his crew? Yeah, we played a little bit of that. It was pretty funny. Or maybe that was Only War, actually. That was Only War. Never mind. So let's go ahead. You know what sucks about Kick? They take forever to update their fucking categories. Void War is not on their categories. And they won't just let me put games or anything like that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Only War, Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader. I don't exactly know what Rogue Trader, or not Rogue Trader, Dark Heresy is. I do have the books for Only War. Only War was so fun, dude. It was so fun. Bam, there we go. Void the War, yes. Yes, and yesterday we finished our, what was it, like third campaign? Oh my goodness, it's so good. It was so good. Let me go back and we're gonna, quick. How we doing? We should be okay. Actually, hang on, let me check. Where we at? Where we at? Oh. Oh, I should be fine. Yeah, we're good. We're doing good. Okay. So we're going to do a new game. We have 9,000 fun points. What are we going to do? We're going to unlock a new ship? I think I want to unlock a new ship. We could unlock a new captain. Poison resistance, suffocation resistance. Dude, the mutant was absolutely insane. Like, that guy was crazy. The boarding party was hilarious. It was rough, though. It was absolutely rough. And it's like, are we going to do another one of those? Mapped out, they were across all 3 books, but it's designed for a long campaign. I would love to do some more of that. It kind of, unfortunately, it kind of fell apart. We were all having difficulties at the time. You know, Shogs is in the fucking... I'm trying to remember which country he's in. I don't want to insult him. He's in the military of his country. Sweden? Sweden is this country? What? Norway. Norway. He's in Norway. Whoops. Sorry about that. My bad. So he's in Norway. He's Norwegian. And I think he's... Anyway, the point is that we were having a lot of problems with that. I would love to get back into that. And by the way, to your point, you wanted to do a thing today, right? You said it's at 5 Eastern. That would be 4 my time. Are you looking to do it for about an hour? How long are you looking to go, man? Because I might be able to do it. I'm gonna have to work it out with my wife and see what's going on there. But it's right at my bedtime, so it's gonna be wicked. So this guy produces Noxious Dead. He instantly summons 3 Rot Spawn. Paladin, Emboldened. All friendly crew aboard gain 2 DPS, 50 movement speed, 50 repair speed, and immunity to debilitating effects for 15 seconds. Is mind control debilitating? It is. Priestess, Starscream, stun nearby hostile crew for 4 seconds. It's the main Summer Games Fest. I see. I gotcha. Yeah, man. I wish I could stay longer. Like, I would absolutely do it. We got the Archmage, who is a Psyker Commander with 2 slots. No innate ability, though. Look at that. But he does have 110 HP with 4 DPS. The Assassin, 60 HP, 4 DPS. Look at the Poison DPS, plus 7. Ignores doors, moves fast. Member of an ancient order, awoken from cryosleep in the end of days. Wielder of the deadliest toxins known and nearly on the verge of death themselves. Dude, that's a lot of DPS, man. And the Cannibal, gains 6 life on kill. Attacks slow enemy crew. Cannot rest. Oh. Equipped with a power sword. Cyber fused. 100% repair speed. Dude, he's got 140 HP. Unstable translocator. Teleports self into target room. 25% chance to deal 15 damage to enemies in target room. Damn. Originally a maintenance husk. Presumed destroyed in a core rupture. Survived by merging with the station's systems and later sanctified by the Technocult as a command entity. Capable of limited teleportation when displacement is essential. And Roughneck. Immune to suffocation. Door break speed 100%. Rock Crusher. Create hull breach nearby. That sounds fun. A grizzled asteroid miner. Witness to all manners of gruesome industrial accidents. Okay. Let's just say I'm not going to unlock any of these. We're going to make... I'm thinking about making a gunboat. So let's just pick the witch for now. So we've got this unlocked. I almost did that one. We did this one last time. This is what we did. It was pretty fun. The Interdictor. I kind of want to try the Relic. Did we do one of these? I think we did. Yeah, Death Knight. Yeah, I did the Relic. I haven't done one of these. Berserkers. What weapons are we looking at? Storm Cannon, Missile. 2 missile templates. We only got 1 missile room, though. And a Storm Cannon. Not bad. It's a big-ass ship, though. Look at that, dude. It's sexy. It's very... Look, the funny thing is, man, if you had a beam weapon, dude, you could cause so much damage. Start here. 1, 2, maybe 3 there. That's nasty. That's nasty. It's also got a tiny room for this. But it does have a full room for the heal, though. And last campaign, we unlocked this. And I think we're actually going to do this, boy. And the reason is because it looks like a gunship. Because it already has a bombard. It has a siege beam. I don't know how the siege beam works. And this one has 2 DBS to Outlaw Raiders. Notice it also doesn't have a bay for an assault sled. Funny thing is, check this out. We have enough to unlock variants. With 8,000. So we can unlock it by achieving victory with Assault Cruiser B. What is this one like? This one doesn't have the beam. It already has. It starts with 2 doors, 3 engines, 2 to life support, 3 weapons, energy beam 1, bolt. So it's got 2 bolt cannons and a single energy beam. Every other weapon you fire gain a force shield on a random room. That's an interesting module. So to unlock it normally without points, it says achieve victory with Assault Cruiser B. So we need to achieve victory with this one. Greater Warseer, Soul Spear. Nice. Has a fusillade cannon. No missiles. Doesn't even have a fucking assault sled. That's interesting. Fusillade is basically a shotgun. Yeah. Interesting. And then Relic Freighter B. Imperial Cruiser B. So to get the Imperial Cruiser, I have to buy it with Resonance. And if I beat the game with this, then I can unlock this one. Okay, so that's basically how we're rolling now. So what do we need to do? Can't even look at those. No data. Do we spend our money to unlock? I think I kind of want... I like the Archmage, but he doesn't start with any spells. Don't like the Cannibal. We could get the Assassin, but one of those things I like my commander to be in the command thing. So yeah, again, I think we just go with the Witch, and I kind of want to do the Heavy Frigate. I want to do a gunboat. That's what I kind of want to do. And it starts with a Twin Disruptor. Also, I would like to point out that, did you notice that I started on Torment 2 last time, and now I've unlocked all the Torment levels? Yeah, they added that spatial rift that I went through. They added that in the release version of the game. Does look sexy. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to do it. It does look like a sexy beast, and it starts with a Cyber Priest. The Positron Barrier casts a projectile that shields a system from damage for 20 seconds. Does not prevent ion damage. Okay. And oh, so it's only got the priest and then mechanical dudes. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We could go ahead and unlock this bad boy, right? And this just gives me an Acolyte, who is a Psyker, and he's got Force Shield. And this is a Magister who casts a healing projectile. No assault sled. An energy lance. Was the basic bitch energy lance. Charge time 12 with a retributor, which has a charge time of 19. So that's the Imperial Cruiser variant. And And then the interdictor, we did this. This was a fun one. This was a fun one. Yeah. This was our last run, the interdictor. This was the one before that. Oh, look, it tells you what you... Yeah, Utmost Vanquish. Torment 6. Fuck yeah, dude. Beautiful, beautiful. Like, I don't even know what to do with this fucking thing. I guess this is more of a gunboat, too. War Cultist, Raider Outlaw. Infiltrator. This is another Raider Outlaw. It's even got Volt Knives. So it's like, I'm kind of like, is it really a gunboat with these? I mean, I like the Twin Disruptor. 2 shots? That's pretty good. Bastard Star, that's great. Goldbane, Master of the Dead. I like that. Oh, we can see these two now. Weird. How did that happen? Achieve victory with Trilobite. Achieve victory with Bastard Star. Okay, that's Bastard Star. Trilobite? Which one is that one? The waffles are real, boys. The waffles are real. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of thinking of just opening this bad boy up, but it's gonna hurt, man. 4 shield, like we have no ability to fight, right? It's just gonna be. I mean, it's already a gunboat. It's got a Retributor 3 and a fucking energy lance. Let's go, baby. Let's do it, boys. Let's do it. We bought it. I went ahead and bought it. Okay, Sun Hammer. I like that. All right. Does anybody want any dude bros? We're going to put it on Torment 3. Let's see actually what it says. Stacks with all previous difficulty levels. Okay. We're going to do Torment 3. We're not going to do high level Torment yet. We're just going to roll with it. Let us go. The God King has fallen. Yes, yes. Fallen indeed. I mean, that is pretty cool. 2 heals per fucking jump is great. So we've got our shit going on. All right, that's that guy. He's in the engine room. Okay. And Tango has Mind Bolt, so we're good to go. All right, so listening station. Systems, modules, missile system equipment. Let's go. Let's see what the listening post gets us. Your ship transitions to real space, close to a large star. A chromic vessel approaches, weapons armed. Well, now here's the thing. I have an energy lance, but it would kind of be dumb just to shoot it, right? Fucking Conqueror. God dang, son. Oh, that might be good. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Get wrecked, bitch. I think we're going to shoot our Mind Bolt at him. Do a little damage. Okay, he's stunned. That's fine. And only did 15 damage. I should have done it to him, to be quite honest. He's only got 20 HP. But there's literally no way for me to get over there, so it's like whatever. The enemy vessel breaks off its attack run. They are attempting to flee the battle. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You shall not flee. No flee for you. No flee for you. Yep. Yep, your engine shall suffer. They got 1 point left. Oh, look at that. Nice. Okay, their weapons are not down, but we need to do this. How much HP does he have? 25? That's gonna be not good. Alright, well, let's just blow him up. Lovely. Alright. 15 scrap metal. Woo! Let's go, boys. See what the Nexus of Influence has for us. Raider clans. Ugh. Fuck it. Pledge allegiance. 30 scrap. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let's go. I don't give a damn. We're going to blow them up anyway. You make your way through the sprawling asteroid field. A heavily armed Raider warship reveals itself. You're mine. Nah, I don't think so. What's your HP looking like? 30, 30, okay. Pop their weapons. And I definitely need more mind bolts action going on. Yep. No beam for your beam. No beam for your beam. 9! 9! And do we knock out life support? No, we hit the weapons again. Boom! 8 seconds and I can kill both of them. Can I kill both of them? No, I can't kill the infiltrator. Didn't need to. An asteroid took care of it for me. All right. Let's go, baby. 111. That's definitely enough to upgrade my my shields. But let's see if I can get some more crew. Hull Reaper. Like, what's the difference between the two of these? They're both the same price, but I don't know the difference. Demon Lance. What? Ugh. Lances deal 1 extra damage for each crew aboard your ship. Each lance shot you fire depletes the current HP of all shipboard crew by 50%. Wow, that's fucking rough, man. A servo husk. War cultist units, raider outlaw units. Okay, so fuck it, let's buy the siege beam. Let's put it there. Let's put it there. And then are we gonna buy any crew? Yeah. Let's grab the servo husk, and then I think we're gonna save the rest of our stuff. And we can put him on the sensors for now. Yeah. Or actually, let's do this. Save stations. Station. I could get another crew. Should I get another crew? I mean, we're going to be able to get one there. And we'll put him on shields. That seems good. Wait. We got 2 crew and the bombard beam. Yes. The unfortunate thing is that I do not have enough power to power it. That is unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Probably should have used my other ship for that. So it's 6 charge time. Beam length is 20. Consumes 3 munitions. Does that mean that once you fire it... Damn, dude. I should have... Fuck. I overspent. I shouldn't have got that extra dude. Yeah, whatever. It's all right. It's all good, baby. It's all good. Let's go up. And we find some munitions. Lovely. Just wunderbar. Signals gathered from nearby communication relay have revealed the existence of a large Corsair convoy. The pirate vessels are ferrying an assortment of material, likely stolen from one unfortunate colony. Attack the convoy! You open fire. One of the convoy escorts intercepts you. The transport vessels in the convoy take this opportunity to flee. You turn to engage the new threat. What do we got? Infiltrator and scavenger. Take down their weapons. Boom. But he's still got his ion disruptor. That's cool. I really need to get that siege beam going. I mean... Yeah. Yeah, I really don't think this is good. We could take one from the engines. I mean, do I really need it on this fight alone? Probably not. I just want to see what it does. Yeah, I should have hit their shields. That's what I should have done. All right, well, let's move the energy back. We're totally gonna need it. Yep. Sucks to be you. All right, their weapons are back. Knock their shields. Drop the engines. Get the beam going. It'll take 6 seconds to charge. So it auto targets their ship. Okay, that kind of sucks. That does kind of suck. Okay. I guess that's fine. Because the other one only consumes 1 munition to fire. I guess it just continuously fires over and over again, so it's better for a long, drawn-out fight. Right? How much scrap do I have? All right. Siege beam is powered. Now I just need the munitions to deal with it. Now we just need the munitions. Nothing of value was lost. Lovely. Another wasted jump. Let's get munitions. 8. Ooh, that's nasty. Love it. Love it. 8 munitions. I am not going into the wound. That is not happening. Not gonna happen. They fail to detect you as you move on. Really? Again? Come on, man. Finally, a fight. Ooh. I can't even grab it, dude. I have no way to get over there. Yeah, I have no way to get over there. We're gonna hit the room. Boom. Ooh, look at the damage. There's the siege beam. Yeah. And he missed. So, yeah, the siege beam. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Let's hit their weapons. And we'll just take it down with the Richard Wood. Okay. We have a Thrall fighting our Corsair. Hex, take him down, buddy. You got this, my man. Okay, so the siege beam is awesome. It just is not for 11 munitions. Let's do that one. It's just not for... I still... Fuck, dude. I only have 12 scrap. Fuck you, man. That's what I need right there. Cost 50. Greater Warseer, like it's like this always happens, dude. Like sometimes this game is just it just irritates the shit out of me. All right, let's go. Luck of the draw, boys. Luck of the draw. See, why couldn't I have gotten that like I went through 3 fucking jumps for nothing before I hit this guy. And what does he have? Like some of the best shit in the game. Like what an asshole. I really shouldn't have gotten the siege beam. I now know I should not. I get it. The other one is a little bit more easy to use, especially now because it would only use 1, right? And I would be able to use it immediately. The main reason I did this is I didn't know how it worked. So. Okay, so they have Thunder Cannon. Knock it out. Fire all weapons! Boom! Oh, they're dead. They're just dead. Ooh, did I miss or something? Ooh, yes. Let their blood rain from the skies. Only 18 metal? Come on now. Come on now. We're definitely going there. I'm not going to go through the wood. Within the rupture lies the promise of unseen terrors. Approach the rupture. As you approach the rupture, your sensors begin issuing a warning alert. A hostile entity is detected. Your view screen flickers to life. One step forward, and the stars will hate you for what you become. I knew we'd get to fight this. That's why I wanted to do this. So, I love how our stuff didn't redo. What are we looking at here? Pit Lord. Is that the only thing on there? It is. Okie dokie. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to target their shields. And we're going to activate the siege beam. And we got a stunned on the sensors. That's fine. You target the weapons and let it rock. Let it rock. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletons. Okay, we got to be ready. Oh, look. The beam hit their shields too. Get wrecked. That sucks. That's going to take him a while to recover from that. Wow. Yeah, the siege beam is definitely not a thing you should. Yeah. Anyway. No, do not pass through the rupture. Do not do that. Do not do that. Oh, I'm such a dummy. I should have healed them while the fight was going on. Very nice. Very nice. Let us be gone. To the Stargate. Hi, boys. Where are we going? Imperial Shrine Worlds or the Death Cult sector? I'm leaning toward the Death Cult sector. I went through the Shrine Worlds last time. Although the Shrine Worlds, I'm more likely to find more fucking Psyker healers. Maybe, I don't know. The Imperial... obviously, we'd be able to get to the Imperial Shrine, right? I'd be able to... I do not want to be part of the Death Cult. Fuck it. Fuck it. You enter the sector containing a cluster of Imperial Shrine Worlds. The adherents of the Radiant Dogma are known for their near fanatical devotion to the God King. They do not take kindly to outsiders. Right. Imperial Shrine. Corrosive gases. I have 66 at the moment. Crew contacts, equipment, and consumables. Gotta be that one. Got systems, equipment. Like I need that right there. All right, down we go. Down we go. Ooh, hello. A densely packed asteroid field stretches as far as the eye can see. The view is interrupted when an Imperial ship materializes on your flank and immediately opens fire. Immediately, eh? Oh, he's got a lot of HP. What are we looking at here? Sorcerer. Like I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm kind of mad that I don't have an assault bay. Like I'm really mad that I don't. So knock out their shields. Deploy the siege beam. I love how he goes in there to repair and then he immediately starts casting. I'm going to interrupt him one. At least I think it will. We got a fire in the weapons room. Fire in the sensor room. Yeah, look, knocked out their shields almost completely. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Get fucked. Boom! No more weapons for you, bitches. Bitches. Yes. Siege beam. Do your damage. Dude, that shit is insane. Oh my god. It actually does a lot of DPS. No wonder it costs fucking... Wow. Okay. Yeah, no wonder it costs 3 ammunition. Or 3 munitions, I guess I should say. Let's see. Let's get you two together in the same room. Okay, return to stations. And we shall warp on. what do we have here? So, missile, thrall pit, launch bay. I was bitching about it, wasn't I? It's mainly because I have no way to get anything off of a ship. But do I use my scrap for that? Oh, that's cool. He's got weapon and a tool slot. It is a weapon. I think we're going to do it. Let's do it right here. That way I at least have the ability to send my dudes over there, right? Yep. All right. That's all my money. Let's go. Ion Storm. God dang it. Dang it, Bobby. Why'd you do this to me, Bobby? Arrive in the middle of an ion storm and immediately get ambushed. Of course we did. Oh, this is going to be juicy. Watch this. So let's hit shields. Actually, let's hit their weapons. This is the danger of using shitty servo husks. We just murdered his entire crew. Yep. What is he at? Oh, dude. Into their weapons room. Kill the infidel. Okay, we can collect one from the remains. Missile template saber. No, thank you. Engineer. Look at that. Plus 2 scrap metal. 2 scrap metal. Well, well, well. Isn't that awesome? Why is that door open? That was weird. That was super weird. Where's Hex? Hex is right there. Heal him up, heal him up, baby. Give him a little bit of that something, something. There we go. Yeah. I guess I could have you in the back. Honestly, I kind of want you on the shields. All right, let's warp. So if I want to get psychometry, I need, it doesn't really matter. I just can't go this way or this way. So let's go here. There's a chest. An Imperial convoy comes into view. As you approach the ships within the convoy, hastily engage their subspace drives, preparing to jump out. All except for one lone vessel, which pivots to confront your ship. Save stations. Station. Station. All right, we're going to have him do his little channel. Oh! All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these two. We're going to pop their shields. Actually, I should probably pop their weapons. Retributor and Radium Blaster. Crew damage 30. Yeah, let's go. So let's load up. Okay, we got a fire. Let's get you handling that. Nice, he absorbed it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna launch a mine bolt in this room. Let's take one out of the engines, put it in here, deploy. Fuck. It's not gonna get there fast enough. I wasn't paying attention. God damn it. I was supposed to send that over there, but I fucking didn't do it. Okay, hit their shields. Retributor, hit their weapons. Ooh. I guess he hit the limit of what he can do there. Their shields are down. Retributor's going after the weapon. Okay. We're gonna stave for a second. I got 2 seconds. 1. Got it. Nice. Recall. All right, let's return to stations. Yep. Looks like our beam weapon's just gonna finish them off. $26 scrap metal, baby. All right, let's get you two bad boys in here. And we'll throw you another heal. Dadoosh. Return to your stations. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, so we got a mag pulse. What does this do? Charge time 12, projectile speed 600, projectile count 2, spread 50. Stuns crew in target room, requires 1 power. I mean, we could definitely sell it. There's that. We could definitely sell it. Okay, no treasure. Energy beam 3, energy beam 2. And a singular disruptor. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Immediately hit the weapons. Is it soon? Well, it's only 19. $25. Again, channeling. Ooh, get fucked. kind of want to send my dudes over there to hit that. Oh, look at that damage, dude. Yes, it targeted the fucking shields. It does suck that I can't target it myself. Fire all weapons. Do not let them have any quarter. They will die this day. Yes. Yes. Now that was awesome. So the siege beam is definitely fucking coming in handy, dude. Oh my god, the damage. The damage. You re-enter real space on an Imperial expedition fleet. A couple of Imperial courier ships have broken away from the main fleet. One is carrying supplies. The other appears to be a reinforced stasis chamber carrying a prisoner. You are able to attack one. Attack the supplies. So we've got missiles. Fury missile. 6-second charge time. Damn. And bolt cannons. Okay. Ooh, he can shield. Okay. All right. Well, let's get our assault crew up and running. And we shall hit the shields. Nice. Deploy the beam. Hit him right in the shield compartment. So they can't repair it. Nice. Look, he's got the engines unlocked. That's cool. That's cool. So here comes the damage. Get the heal ready. Did it whiff? It whiffed. All right, let's go ahead and throw the heal out now. My beam is doing damage, right? Nice, full heal. Like I'm absolutely gonna like whoop ass on your thingamajigger. You're damn right I am. They hit my beam. No! Get the repair. Get it, go. Ooh, hit our engines too. Damn, son. I mean, we're about to win, so yeah. That's it. All that damage for that. Ouch. For a fucking chess piece. Okay, well. There you go. You got 40 HP now, buddy. Get our repairs done. Okay. Return to your stations. I almost wonder if that would be better than the Retributor, considering it takes 19 to charge. All right, let's turn that off. Everybody's good to go? Yep. Warp away, boys. Warp away. Need more scrap? I was really hoping for scrap. That's why I picked the supply. Ooh, Technocult vessels pursued by an Imperial ship. Attack! Bolt cannon, thunder cannon. No missiles. Hit their shields. Start the bombardment parade. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's got 2 shields. Fuck. Well, that sucks. Ain't that a bitch? Ow. Okay. All right. That's how you want to play. And you got a hull breach now. In your engine room. How you like them apples? Go ahead and line bolt this asshole. How much HP does he have? 25? Projectile, so I don't want to do it to that guy. Go ahead and get him to cast his shield. Retributor laying down the law. Well, that sucks. It does protect against those siege bombard. Absolutely protects against the siege bombard. That actually sucks. Get their life support. Now we got a fire, and their life support is down, and my siege beam is now working. Lovely. Yeah, you stand right there and you protect that bad boy. And he's dead.